She dreadful pen.
Nobody saw that, but that's okay.
That was for us.
That was for me. That was for me. Lisa, could I have that? No. Oh. Alrighty, chat. We should be Joe back. Hello, lady. No. 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 Just fine. Take Tris. Thank you, Nehemiah, for being here
Third
first.
time is the charm.
That's what they say. That's what they say. We back? I think we might be Joe back.
Oh, we're so back.
Let me know how everything is looking. I changed the bit rate, so hopefully that helped. Okay. Loading is slow? What the fuck? Why? All right, everybody restart, like reload your stream. It looks okay for now? Okay, cool. Okie dokie. My man is gonna sit right here. I've been absolutely damn, that was quick. Beast, would you hand me that black box right there? Because I also have Avatar Pack 2 open on stream. Swags, babe. Good news. Swag stocks on the rise.
Swag stocks on the rise?
Yep.
Who's swag?
Juno.
Juno, congrats. Proud of your swag.
I'm proud of your swag, Juno.
Proud of your swag, Juno.
Among other aspects of your personality.
Mostly the swag.
Okay, if you say so. Juno says thank you.
I don't know where your is.
Okay.
Right there.
Yeah,
it's
there you go.
Literally right there.
Oh yeah, I saw the Elden Ring mod. If that's gonna be the Zeron Mom Donnie one. Yeah, Koa didn't know growing strong and healthy Minmo. Fake ass fan.
Who's Minmo? Who's strong and healthy Peak?
This is strong and healthy, growing strong and healthy Minmo cat food.
From Peak?
No, what?
Oh. You just said it was Peak earlier, and then Awesome Stella also said it was Peak.
Yeah, it's because Minmo is peak. Growing strong and healthy Minmo.
Is that the hamster dance guy?
What? Honey?
Is Minmo a cat, not a hamster?
What kind of food? What kind of food does it say right there?
I have to go. My mom called. She said I can't hang out with you guys anymore. Can I walk it back?
No.
I have to go. Your mom called.
This is what I live with. This is my life. I love you. My sweet, my darling. So yeah, we've got, okay. If everything seems stable now, I am very happy with that. I am bummed that the American McGee unboxing is not going to be on the rest of the VOD. I might just have to fucking, I'll retitle it because that was really sweet, and I need to, like I said, I'm saving that video until the Destiny piece is done, so I have a positive note to end the year on, because I think it's going to be, as I've continued working on it, as I've continued diving into like the history of cognition and dreams and lucid dreaming and all of that shit, it's become a piece that is gone from being a curiosity to one that I'm really hoping people will enjoy. And the conversation I had with American McGee was wonderful too. So I am, I don't know. I also want to really quick, before we get too far into the weeds, if you haven't checked out the interview I did with Damage, did I read the tags on the bath plush? I did not. Baphomet hand puppet, surface wash only with unholy water, air dry, hail Satan. That's so cute. That's adorable. Oh, it's actually a little naked baby. Oh, I see. Okay, I gotcha. That's adorable. I love this little guy so much. I love him. You're gonna stand right there. I'm gonna try and probably for the new year I'm gonna redo my whole stream background and those Plushy Dreadfuls will definitely be in the background of it. Yeah, Nick Fuentes interview. So I do want to, somebody asked me two things. One, somebody asked me if I'm going to do a video on Nick Fuentes. Not a deep dive, but yes, I am probably going to show his feet. Oh yes, he has little hooves. He has little heart hooves, which I love very much. That's so cute for me. What was I saying? I forgot what I was saying. Nick Fuentes, yeah. Somebody asked me if I'm going to do a video on Nick Fuentes. I'm not going to dedicate an entire... So here's the problem with doing a, like, deep dive on Nick. There's no way to pin... And this is really the problem with taking anything Nick Fuentes says seriously. Is that there's no way to tell if he actually believes the shit that he's saying, or if he believes it and is saying something even more radical, or if later he's going to say, well, I'm just joking, and I just say that to, cause a scene and draw attention, because he's such a fucking slithery little rat fucking worm. But he is also a slithery little rat fucking worm that has inexplicably gathered, not inexplicably gathered a following. There's a lot of shitheads out there. Need a matching LED on the other side of my setup? Yeah, probably. I'll figure something out. Hey, baby. Would you be able to... Is that nose spray over there full?
Full-ish.
Okay, that's perfect. I just need a little bit of decongestion. There you go. Dip out. Okay. You stealing my coffee?
Oh, I thought it was my coffee.
No, that's my coffee. Your coffee right there. Milo is slimier, but Milo is unabashed. And we'll be talking about Milo Yiannopoulos too, because Milo has been just a absolute bitch lately. Which I mean, well, he's a wrecking ball, right? Milo is somebody who's burned every bridge for the most part with the mainstream conservative establishment, and is now on the George Santos arc of just going on podcasts, causing controversy, leaking whatever shit he has. Well, we'll talk about that stuff, because Milo has been publicly beefing with Benny Johnson, and it's been like a real, I don't know, it's a real Christmas situation for me, because Milo and Benny Johnson are at each other's throats. Meanwhile, Tim Pool and Candace Owens is fucking fighting everybody. Did I see Destiny is doxing people for talking about his case? I did. I have a number of people. So yeah, to briefly talk about the Destiny piece, which I am nearing content completion, but I still have to edit, and then I'm hoping, if all goes well, I will be filming this weekend. No promises, but yeah, the Destiny video is going to be long. It's probably going to be as long as both of the Matt Walsh videos, now that I'm looking at it. But I am like there's no dirt he can really dig up on me, is the thing. See, so I went through and I logged and I read and I did the section that I'm covering and finishing writing right now is all on his like controversies and being called out for being an abusive, manipulative, liar, sex pest. And the thing that he's been able to do thus far is turn that around on people. Where you have like the Mr. Girl, or mostly the Bob 7 video, where he was able to find that Bob 7 was himself being a creepy little weird fuck. Which to a lot of people is like, okay, well, you can't trust what Bob 7's saying. But that doesn't actually invalidate the stuff he was asserting about Destiny being a weird little sex pest fuck. So I don't have those problems. Like to be honest, I don't have a lot of connections to people. I do not, unlike a lot of the people in Destiny's orbit and the people he's surrounded himself with, I don't do the whole fucking content creator scene, really. I kind of just stick to myself. I have a couple friends here and there that I talk to, and I have people I've collabed with, but I don't have like deep ties or connections or like any skeletons to really dig up because I've mostly just been focused on work and making videos. So yeah, dude, whatever. Like he and his fan base are not going to be the first people to get mad at me. Yeah, we'll talk about the Venezuela thing probably. Hello Hammock, hello Vesper, and Cuties in the chat. Hello. And then yes, same rules apply. If we get up to $100 in donos today, I will wear the kitty ears. Carnal, I know the vibe. I have had, so I'm probably gonna eat a little bit. While we'll watch something, but I got some sushi on the way home. I am, what's the updates in general with Venezuela? Dude, okay. So the, we are, and I talked about this a little bit when we were talking about the CIA, like the way CIA laid groundwork for intervention in Afghanistan post 9/11, right? We are... Lady, come on, dude. Sorry, my dog is throwing up and I don't know why. Give me 1 second. Alrighty, sorry about that. Goddamn. Okay. You okay, lady? She just had a little throw up. I'm sorry. No, lady threw up. Now she's over here by me getting pats. I'm sorry you're not feeling good, baby. I don't know what it was. She has food. She has water. Oh, it might have been a carrot, actually. How long have those carrots been in there? Was it slimy? No. Okay. And they haven't been in there that long. We haven't had them that long. Okay. I don't know. You're okay, baby. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I already picked it up. Yeah, I already got it. Yeah, you're okay, sweetheart. Should probably pick something up outside. What the hell was I even saying? I forgot. Let me go back up. For having an OnlyFans or something. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Kitty ears, I wish I wasn't fucking broke. I mean, I'm gonna do, I think I'll just do the $100 cat ears goal for most streams moving forward. I always have my cat ears around. But yeah, no, the Venezuela stuff. The CIA, along with, goddamn, all right, so the CBS stuff with Barry Weiss, I don't want to get into all that shit, but it is becoming so abundantly clear that Paramount, CBS, Viacom, all of the companies, including fucking mainstream shit like New York Post. I just saw straight up white supremacist propaganda like our enemies are invading our homeland type shit was from, what the fuck was it? New York Times. The mainstream media has been captured by class, captured by capital more than anything, and they're interested in defending and proliferating more capital, which right now means laying the groundwork for public support of Venezuela, or public support of the action that Trump wants to take in Venezuela, which is an open invasion. But there's also, and I will get into, I won't be talking too much about this today because I want to keep it a little bit light. But the fucking, like, let me find it really quick. There we go. So Trump has a thing. Yeah. Oh, I fucking bet. Lady, what is your damage, dude? We're 9 days away from the mandatory release of the Epstein files. What do we want to bet? We're not going to see it. Huh? What do we want to bet? No, I want to talk really quick about the fucking Pete Hegseth Skynet bullshit. Oh, fuck. Nope, not that one. God damn it. There we go. All right. Yeah. The U.S. Department of War. Yeah, we need a better fuck, man. Look at these top results. Straight Arrow News, U.S. Department of War, Fox Business, Stars and Stripes. Fucking Christ, man. Hegseth issues directive to bring back PSYOP terminology. Like, it's like, it's cartoonish. KF Logan, holy shit, thank you for rating with a party of 45. And the Cunning Linguist, I'm a very big fan of your work. Yes, Raiders, please refresh your screens so the views count. I low-key have anime hair today. I know. I didn't even, and I talked about it earlier, but I didn't even like do my hair like this. It just did this. Yeah, we'll be talking about the AI George Washington and stuff, but I do want to, man, yeah, what a fucking the New Republic. Pete Hegseth's new AI defense tool rollout immediately derails. Trying to unveil a new defense tool, but things didn't go as planned. Who's fucking shocked? American-made AI platform which does not instill confidence. Allow military members to conduct deep research, format documents, and even analyze video or imagery at unprecedented speed, and all without using their brains. The name genai.mil automatically produced a link to an empty website, so X users, thinking they were getting a sneak peek, greeted by a message reading upstream connect error or disconnect/reset before headers. Blah, blah, blah. It is real and safe, the user said. Is it real and safe? I want you to use AI. Christ, man. The platform will house Google's Cloud Gemini for government, using a retrieval augmented generation to connect the large language model chatbot to Google Search to ensure outputs are reliable and dramatically reduce the risk of AI hallucination. So, mind you, military strategy decided we're still not ruling out AI hallucinations. Man, I can't even fucking. Like, what do you even say? What do you even say? Like, the how many fucking Torment Nexus jokes can we make? How many fucking times can we look at it and be like, oh, they missed the point of this? How many times can you talk about how all this shit ties together in the intelligence apparatus with Palantir and government surveillance? Like, what else is there to say? This is bad. This is fucking bad, and nobody's going to do anything about it. And additionally, it's contingent upon you also understanding that when the Dems get in office, they're probably not going to fucking dismantle all this shit immediately, which we need to. Our teacher is still showing AI to our class. Recently started implementing a thing where we or he as the teacher can choose how much AI is involved while completing work. I would catch a charge. I am sorry. I would catch a charge from your teacher. That's real. That's fucking... Oh, man. Yeah, no, using ChatGPT to help fight wars doesn't sound like it would end badly. I mean, also, maybe, you know, you say that, but on one hand, maybe ChatGPT is... No, because here's what will happen, by the way. Is ChatGPT will be... they're going to do the same thing they did with Grok, where ChatGPT will analyze a bunch of conflicts, analyze a bunch of shit, and give them a report that they don't like because it is based on America's history of, like... Oh, no. Did I? Okay. Fuck. God fucking damn it. There we go. Alright, sorry, I'm trying to adjust on my computer on my screen. It is based on America's history of, like, you know, here are all the times that we tried this exact same playbook. Here's how bad it went. You look at Vietnam, Gulf War, Afghanistan, whatever. And what they're going to do, because at the end of the day, they don't actually want smarter wars. They just want more wars. They want the military-industrial complex to proliferate through infinity, right? They want the consistent imperial subjugation of brown-colored countries that they can sell back to their audience, sell back to the American people as, ooh, look at how we're defending freedom and spreading democracy and all that bullshit. And so when the AI isn't going to give them the answer they want, which will be tactically like, oh, this is a bad idea. Oh, looking at all this shit, like, these are the mistakes you've made before. What they're going to do is just change the AI. Like, I can almost fucking guarantee it. I'm ready for Terminator, fuck it. It doesn't feel pity or remorse or fear. Absolutely will not stop until you are dead. Or however that quote goes. But before we get into all of that shit, because we got a lot to talk about today. And I'm going to get to as much of it as I can. I don't want to do the Alex Jones thing of like, we got a big stack of documents here today, folks, and oh boy, I haven't even gotten through all the news. It's just so bad. It's so bad. All the globalists out there. Like, I'm not going to do that. The things I want to cover today: AI, George Washington, the ongoing crash outs of everybody, the infighting on the Republican right, and I'm going to do more research because I think Friday I'll do a stream on Fuentes, because Fuentes is a problem right now, a very real problem. The Piers Morgan interview, I think, or I hope, will be a bit of a wake-up call to people again, because the problem with Nick is that, I mean, of many, but one of the main problems with Nick is that he is, for the most part, really good at knowing when he can go mask off. And I think, honestly, the Piers Morgan interview, he took it less seriously than he should have, and just started, like, doing his thing where he's like, oh, you know, later he'll be like, and of course I'm joking around, and I say these things, but I don't actually mean it. Which is fucking bullshit. He absolutely does. He knows he does. And I think he went too mask off. I think he took the bait where Piers Morgan, old British dude, was like, wait, so you mean to tell me that you hate women and love Hitler and you've never fucked a day in your life? And Nick Fuentes is like, well, yeah, because women are annoying. And then, like, his fucking smarmy little shit. God, I hate him so fucking much. It's because he is, like, Nick Fuentes is the best litmus test I can think of how seriously you should take any political commentator, by if they see him as genuine or not. Because you have a library now, over a decade of him being in the public eye, that he has constantly lied, manipulated, evaded questioning, shifted the blame to other people, walked back to things he said, couched behind double meanings at every fucking turn. Right? And my disdain for him has nothing to do with the fact that he's very likely a closeted gay, or his weird insistence on hating women, or all like my loathing for him doesn't even come down to the fact that he is verifiably a fucking Nazi. It's that he doesn't stand by the shit he says. My loathing for Nick is that more than literally anybody else I can think of in the modern political landscape, he is a fucking coward and a pussy who will say whatever is most advantageous in the moment. Like, that's it. That's it. There's nothing else to him. And so to see so many people going like, wow, Nick Fuentes, he's really coming up in the world. And wow, look at what he's saying about Trump. And he might be right. It's like, you dumbass motherfucker. Like, so many of the people doing this shit, like the no-name conservative podcasters who want to be the next fucking Charlie Kirk, who are all inviting Nick Fuentes on right now and having, like, or Tucker Carlson, who's having these conversations where he's like, now, the mainstream establishment is saying that, you know, we can't have these conversations because they're being shut down. They're too woke. But you just seem like a regular guy, and so I'm curious. And like treating him with this credulity that he is by no means due. In no way has he earned that. And in fact, he's earned the opposite. He's earned nothing but disdain and derision. The problem is that he is still popular with the youth and ever-aging contingent of the youth, by the way. The Groypers are not getting any younger. Like, you're talking about, like, if that leaked Republican chat from a couple months ago is any indication, like, the Groypers are now a bunch of fucking 30-year-olds, dude. Like they're not kids, but they are still younger than the, aging base of many of modern mainstream conservatism. And he's been popular, inexplicably. So a lot of people are trying to glom onto that and further heightening his fucking reach and range. And it's just like, it's endlessly annoying to see people out here who I already don't like, people like Brad Palumbo or fucking Richard Hanania, all these motherfuckers, they say the exact same shit. They all say, well, I don't agree with everything he says, but Nick's definitely right about Trump. It's like, motherfucker, you would platform a Nazi if they observed the sky was fucking blue. Like, that's the level we're at here. It's like, well, I don't agree. Okay, well, let's talk about the shit you actually don't agree with for Nick Fuentes. Before you call him right, before you subject more people to his bullshit and his slimy doublespeak. Before you say, well, he's actually funny. Nick Fuentes has never been funny on fucking purpose. This is the thing. When people say, like, wow, he's funny. He's got charisma. No, he doesn't. Like, actually watch his fucking streams. He is a miserable little bitch who whinges from his parents' fucking basement and has locked himself into an eternity with the worst grognards on earth who are paying his fucking bills. Like, he hates his fucking life. Anytime he's funny, it's purely on accident, where he's just venting about, like, oh, shut up. Oh my gosh, you fucking baby. Like, he's just a bitch. Stop giving him the fucking time of day. And yeah, the fucking, I mean, like Tuesday, 1337, 30-year-old Groypers, Jesus Christ, how horrifying. Think about it. Like, when Nick was on the rise, that was like 15 years ago now. Like the fucking Unite the Right rally, when was that? 2017? That's not 15 years ago. That's 8 years ago. But all the kids who were, if you were 16, 17 around that time, you're halfway through your 20s now, or pushing 30. If you were a Nick Fuentes fan. Like, they aren't fucking spring chickens. They're no longer the future of the party or whatever. How old is Nick Fuentes? 28, 27. I don't know. Yeah, damn near a decade. He's somewhere. Oh, God, Asmongold. No, and Asmon is another person that I'm like, I don't know. Asmon's bullshit is a little bit different in that I think... Asmon is not as intelligent as Nick. And I want to be clear, Nick Fuentes is not a very smart person. You can listen to him for a little while and understand that, oh, okay, he gets all of his shit from like deep internet conspiracy theory bullshit. All of his proof is stuff that has been circulated. Like he still circulates like his fucking the cookie thing where he's like, well, I'm just saying, you know, if you cooked this many cookies, there would be more evidence for it. And what he's fucking doing there is shit that was disproven in neo-Nazi circles 30 fucking years ago. If there's one reason I want to edit and re-put up my anti-Semite or my history of anti-Semitism video, it's because it shows, like, he's not good at this and he's not new at this. Like, people tried this shit way back with the fucking Luchter report. And then it was summarily picked apart by actual historians who knew what the fuck they were talking about, who weren't electricians going, yes, I'm going to go solve the great Holocaust mystery. Yeah. Nick is correct on Israel-Palestine. He calls it a genocide. He's superior to any of the center-right losers. Sure. Again, I'm not going to give him fucking flowers for being able to say, wow, this water is wet. I'm not going to say, like, oh, you know, he's right on a couple things, because at the core of it, why he's right is not because he genuinely cares about the struggles of Palestinian people. It's because it gives him another vector to spread his anti-Semitic bullshit. When he goes, now, I don't hate Jews, I'm tired of, like, we can't accept that there's this oligarchy controlling America. It's like, ask him a fucking opinion on the Torah. Watch him go off on a tangent about how, oh, this rabbi says that the Gentiles should be boiled in human feces. Like, and they will just continue repeating the same anti-Semitic bullshit tropes over and fucking over and fucking over and fucking over and fucking over. Like, you cannot give this little worm any fucking credit. Have your own opinions that his can run parallel to, but don't ever fucking come in my chat and say, Nick Fuentes is right about something, because he is not right for what I hope is the same reason that you're right. Which is a genuine belief that what Israel is doing is evil, is an ethno-supremacist project, and is a genocide. Because at the end of the day, Nick Fuentes just wants that for himself. This is the same little fucking incel twerp who sat angrily in his fucking hoodie, whinged about, I just want a white Aryan victory for my people. Dog, you're Mexican, Italian, and Irish. Up until 5 fucking minutes ago, all of the white world considered you subhuman on every fucking level. Yeah, gotta hand it to him. You do not, in fact, gotta hand it to him. Do what? Oh, yeah. You want to take over my sushi? You want me to eat my sushi? Okay. I had some gyoza.
Okay, so I'll have a little bit. 50 pounds. What? When did what? Who? Why are we dunking on Vizipop? What? What the fuck happened? Fuentes is just like Vox using populist language to get public favor for their egotistical power grab. That's just the thing they've always fucking done. Like, okay, chat, I need you to go, if you want to know where Nick Fuentes really gets his playbook, and probably additionally where he thought that wretched excuse of peach fuzz for a mustache he got from, go look into George Lincoln Rockwell. Do some research into who George Lincoln Rockwell was, and then just kind of line up the similarities. Because they're really galling it. Oh boy. All I can really hope is that their stories end the same way. It being his ass. Thank you, Kevin Ramsey.
Thank you, Kevin Ramsey. I like good comment. Good job. I'm proud of you.
I am going to, virtual YouTube. Well, I want to have something on the stream. Okay, you know what?
I can read. I'll do it in my AI voice.
While I'm streaming, or while I'm doing stuff. What is it? It's not refreshing my views. I hate that. That's terrible for me. Streamlabs is so bad at keeping a tab on views. Alrighty, chat. I'm gonna have Koa take this over. You want to read, babe? No, you're reading. No, AI George Washington is going to be its own thing. You're gonna read this post from President Trump.
That's so much words, and I'm so dyslexic. I'll do my best.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm gonna mac down on some sushi I got because I worked on the Destiny thing all morning and forgot to eat.
Baby need food.
Baby need food.
Trade me
I'm
chairs.
gonna go. Okay, yeah, we'll switch chairs. And now, a dramatic reading of the president's latest Truth Social post.
I am gonna do it in my voice, in my little AI voice. I'm not doing the Trump voice. I'm doing an AI voice. It's really all I got.
That's more Biden-esque, but I'll take it.
There has never been a president that has worked as hard as me. My hours are the longest, and my results are among the best. I've stopped 8 wars, saving many millions of lives in the process, created the greatest economy in the history of our country, brought business back to the United States at levels never seen before, rebuilt our military, created the largest tax cuts and regulation cuts ever, closed our open and very dangerous southern border when previous administrations were unable to do so, and created an aura around the United States. I'm taking psychic damage. Okay. I'm taking psychic damage. Created an aura around the United States. Do people hate the voice? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Banana Brains. Aw. It was a good AI voice. They like it. Okay. Your mom. I love you. We're unable... and created an aura around the United States of America that has led every country in the world to respect us more than ever before. In addition to all of that, I go out of my way to do long, thorough, and very boring medical examinations at the Great Walter Reed National Military Medical Center, seen and supervised by top doctors. Top doctors? I'll stop. All of whom have given me perfect marks. Some have even said they have never seen such strong results. I do these tests because I owe it to our country in addition to the medical. Why are there so many random capitalized words? I'm taking so much psychic damage. I'm taking so much psychic damage.
You've never read, like, Trump's actual writing, have you? It's, like, barely coherent.
It's so barely good. Juno Deer said topters for top doctors.
Oh, Juno, are you getting your Topter degree?
Topter degree, PhD,
PHPP?
talkers.
More like PPHD.
I'm gonna lie. It's called Aurabra. Chat really good. Chat. Reading chat way better than reading this. Chat, you're not giving me psychic damage like this post is. I do have to finish. Some have even said they have never seen such strong results. I do these tests because I owe it to our country. In addition to the medical, I have done something that no other president have. On 3 separate occasions, the last one being recently. Yes, some have even said they have never seen such strong results. I do these tests because I owe it to our country. In addition to the medical, I have done something that no other president has done. On 3 separate occasions. The last one being recently by... Oh, they're done with their sushi. I think I might be free. I might be released from this.
You say I'm done, I'm out.
This is a prison. Your job is a prison.
This job is a prison! Oh my god. Okay, let me see what chat's saying.
Yeah, what is chat saying?
What are streets saying? Juno Deer saying locked in. Surprise isn't double spaced.
Banana Brains really wants me to read it, and I love them for that, but I'm not going to.
Is he the finster to your icky? What? Who are you talking about? My partner uses they, them too. She, they.
Going to the airport pull-up challenge. Please explain to me what the airport pull-up.
What the fuck is the airport pull-up challenge, please?
I need to know what the airport pull-up challenge is because I'm so excited and thrilled.
Take that soy sauce out of here. What'd you do? All right, give me a second. Don't forget, $100 donos. We get to wear the cat ears for the rest of the day. Toft. You haven't seen? No, I haven't seen. Like chat. Anytime there's a trend, odds are I haven't seen it. My life has been like for the nightmare inferno I trap myself in. Just doing politics and being a politics streamer. I still live blissfully unaware of many trends. Essex? Like Britain? Basically, the Secretary of Transport and RFK are putting pull-up bars in airports. Huh? Where'd you go, baby?
They're putting pull-up bars in airports?
I guess so.
That's so fucking funny.
That's so terrible for me.
I'm gonna do it at the Denver
Mr.
airport.
Waffles, thank you very much for $2. Keep on, keeping on and doing what you're doing. Thank you. Oprah Winfrey pretty much proves she's an out-of-touch boomer. She thinks adult children cutting off their parents is somehow a fad. Oh, it's so funny when people have to actually face consequences for the way they act. There is not a place I would rather less work out in public than a fucking airport, dude. Like,
Okay, but that's funny as shit.
oh, it's funny, sure, but like every time and I've flown like 5-6 times in the last 2 years. I don't want to. I'm on the move. I'm going fucking places. Even if I have a layover, it's in between like shit that I've already done, so I just use it as rest. Like there have been in bigger places I've seen, like bigger airports will have like, okay, here's like a yoga area, or like here's an area you can, you know, a nursing area or whatever. That's normal. This like pull-up lights? The fuck? Hellish. All right, give me 1 second.
Practice BMC in the laundry room until it's done.
Oh, okay. I love you. Be good.
Oh. David,
What?
here's a box.
Is it for me? Oh, it's big. It's probably a screen. It's probably a monitor.
Oh yeah. Do you want me to ship
No, it'll be fine.
in? Because you want to check mail.
I want to check mail. It's fine. I like presents. Okay, let me finish this up. Then I want to open some avatar cards for all my magic heads, and then we'll get to the meat of today. Yeah, if I didn't have the meltdown of my computer right before I started, I would just hook up the monitor and be like, okay, I'll figure this out. But I don't want any more. I don't want to. I just want to stream you. Never seen. I do these tests because I owe it to our country in addition to the medical. Including those working, and I aced all 3 of them in front of a large number of doctors and experts, most of whom I do not know. I've never met this doctor in my life. I've been told that few people have been able to ace this examination. It's not a test. You don't, like, okay, here's the thing. First off, terrible shit all throughout this. The largest tax cuts and regulation cuts ever, that's, like, objectively bad for quality of life, and that will bear out through time. Please make a video on SMTV. Shin Megami Tensei 5? Mr. Waffles, do you mean Shin Megami Tensei 5? I will have footage from SMT 5 in my Floating Rocks video. Yeah, you don't ace a, like he thinks of test in terms of something you obviously like can pass fail, but that's not how it works. The New York Times and some others like to pretend I am slowing up and maybe not as sharp as I once was or in poor physical health, knowing that is not true and knowing that I work very hard, probably harder than I have ever worked before. I will know when I am slowing up, but it's not now. After all the work I have done with medical exams, cognitive exams, and everything else, I actually believe it's seditious, perhaps even treasonous for the New York Times and others to consistently do fake reports in order to libel and demean the President of the United States. So, again, not so subtly floating the fucking idea that it's treason to just observe reality now. Like you'll notice he hasn't really talked about the hand thing. You know the hand thing? Every time he's on camera and he fucking has this like bizarre patch of skin that is completely discolored. They are true enemies of people. We should... Jesus Christ. This is just open incitement to violence. We should do something about it. They are inaccurately reported on my election results and, in fact, were forced to apologize, blah, blah, blah. Times would cease publication because they're a horrible, biased, untruthful source of information. Like that... Look, it's all fun and games, but... genuinely dangerous incitement to violence is like, it's not the vibe. I don't think, not the vibe. I'm gonna go get my headphones really quick, and don't forget, $100. I'll wear cat ears for you. I'll wear cat ears. I'm gonna go ahead. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do something heretofore unprecedented on my stream. I'm gonna replace one plushie with another. Nope. 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 Leave Alice alone. Leave Alice alone. So for those who missed the stream because we had technical difficulties, a video I did, I am doing a video where I interviewed American McGee, creator of Alice Madness Returns and American McGee's Alice, and they were kind enough to send me a bunch of plushie dreadfuls, which are these wonderful, amazing, incredibly detailed, fluffy as hell plushies, including this wonderful one featuring Alice, and it even has a little Vorpal knife, and it even has a little potion that she takes to get smaller in the game. This is so, because I just played through Alice Madness Returns to get footage for this, the video I'm working on, and I just want to say again, thank you to American McGee for sending me all of these because they are so wonderful. Oh, holy shit! Thank you so much, Leftist Ginger Girl, for 5 tier 1 subbies. We'll count that. Let's count that halfway towards cat ears. It's halfway towards cat ears. So sad they never made an Alice 3. I was actually just seeing today there's a team out there putting together a production pipeline because American McGee made public the entire outline and plan for Alice 3 and is kind of just letting fans take control of it. So, but yes, thank you so much, Leftist Ginger Girl. Let's call that $50. Did I get to interview American McGee's ego too? Not sure what you mean by that, honestly. He was incredibly amicable, thoughtful, very receptive. You know, I that is somebody who was deeply wonderful to sit down and talk to and commiserate about game development and game design philosophy and stuff with. Nothing really bad to say about my interaction with him. And that is of course entirely aside from this plushie that I'm going to try and put down. I have so many plushies now, actually. You know what? Hang on. We have a little Godzilla that nobody can really see. We've got Candyman, Tony Todd doing it up nice. We're gonna put you, Alice, right there. Oh, I love her big ear. Hell yeah, chat. Let's fucking go. Yeah, the black stitching is meant to be like that. It's kind of like the look or the style. Yeah. But I also wanted to, again, before we get into it too much, because if y'all know me, if you know my channel, I forgot this was a finger puppet. The Godzilla fingy puppet. I don't know where I got this. You know, I fuck with some Magic the Gathering. And I have a special treat for unboxing today. I'll only be a minute, but I have 3 Avatar collector packs. Avatar is something I liked. I was okay with. I'm alright with it. And then I really loved the set in a way I didn't think I would. And I want to make it clear, I did not spend $5 because I don't have Avatar $5. I didn't think that was Nehemia. Thank you very much, Nehemia, for $5. Also, the co-owner of Palantir, who for some reason I am not allowed to name, wants public hangings. Doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me. Do I play Arena? I need to stop, or I need to not. I need to not. Juno Deer, Gapezilla. So, yeah, I did not spend $150 on collector packs to open them on stream. I trade in with my local shop. So what happened was a week or two ago, the Chocobo bundle and the new, like, the holiday Final Fantasy release came out for Magic. So I had a bunch of credit, and I got a bunch of stuff, and the Chocobo bundle had a bunch of, like, expensive cards that I then traded in again to get more credit to get these, which will probably have expensive cards that I will trade in. And this is how I basically spend no money at this point to, because they love me there. They love me at my local shop. They constantly tell me how much like how much they appreciate my work and stuff. So if you fuck with Magic and you live in Spokane, Washington, Uncle's Game Store is phenomenal. Especially the one in downtown, which is the one I often frequent. Also, I want to send a quick, while we're talking about places around here, I want to send a quick shout out to Jay, who said hi to me today when I was bringing coffee back for myself and Koa from, and I'm going to put my Candyman figure over here. I was getting coffee for myself and Koa, and you let me cut in front of you in line at coffee, and so I appreciate that, Jay. It was wonderful talking about my creative process and stuff. Yes, I am still awesome. I am still planning on moving to the Seattle side at some point. That has been slow going, and the whole Koa losing her job recently kind of put a real damper on that, but I am hoping that we will be able to look more into that. I'm thinking, like, my timeline right now is by this time next year I want to be over there. Hello lady. Wait, you were just resting. Anyway, let me I'm going to open up these packs really quick. So for those who don't know why collector packs are a big deal in Magic, they have all sorts of nifty cards and whatnots. And they are also $50 now, which is why I would not buy them otherwise, unless I literally, it's just fake money, basically. I hope the business you named ain't going to get harassed. No, I don't think I named the business. It's just a local coffee shop. Oh, no. Hell yeah. All right, I'm going to go get some sleeves real quick, actually. Because, and it's actually kind of a bummer that, who is in chat? Jesus Christ. Oh, hell yes. Okay, great poll already. So I was just putting a thing on my shiny Kyoshi Warrior ally token because I have a Kyoshi Warrior deck. And the second poll is amazing for me because my new favorite commander I have 15, 16 tattoos, Mr. Waffles. And here's the full art of Fire Lord Azula in foil. Which let's look up. Let's do a jank ass Tolarian Community College. Let's go to TCG. Yeah, TCG player. Tog. And Saran Khan, you're very welcome. I mean, I didn't give it to you. You were welcome in the stead of whoever said that. Oh, Federal Way. Okay. Work. So basically, the goal with any collector pack is you want to make back your money at least. And here is, so borderless. What's the foil in? This foil usually goes up by a little bit. This is just the regular. $2. Oh, my beautiful liar. Do I vape? No, my partner vapes. Well, I'm getting her to quit. I'm getting her to quit vaping because she is one of the leads in a play right now. And She's been doing really good at it. All right, let's do foil. Hello. Look at that. $30. $30. We're already doing all right. We got Volcanic Torrent for the scene card is kind of the other part of it. Cascade. Yeah, that's fine. The card that is the source material card, whatever. The Legend of Kuruk with another beautiful full art. I love the art in this one. There it is. And that, between Azula and that one, here's the Legend of Kuruk. That is the price of the pack paid for. So, look at that. Pretty big headline. And stream suggestion. Yeah, okay, so that's the thing. Mr. Waffles is telling Ethan Price about worrying about your the first tattoo you get. Don't worry about it. Just jump into it. Because here's the thing. The thing I think people put too much emphasis on when they're deciding what tattoos to get is that your first tattoo is a big deal, and you will feel so cool. You'll be, oh my gosh, look, you'll want to show it off to everybody. And then you forget it's there. And you'll get compliments on it, or people be like, oh my gosh, I like that. And you'll be like, oh, right. I forgot about that. Do I usually sell off most of cards in a pack? It depends. So depends on if I want stuff to fill out a deck, because I like my decks to be very thematic. So I'm not one of these players that will be like, okay, I just want the chase rare, and I'm going to fill the deck with other chase rares. Like I said, I have a Kyoshi Warrior deck, and it's full of fucking rares and uncommons and commons from the Avatar set. Even though I could put in, some other fucking green or white cards that would get me 10,000 card draw and make all my creatures 50-50 with trample or whatever the fuck. But I try to make for myself a more cohesive experience. So if I am building a deck and there are cards that I'm like, you know what, maybe I will put this in. Maybe this will help the flavor of it. Then I will keep a little bit, but when it comes to bulk, I do try and get rid of as much as possible. And so another reason why I had so much credit saved up is because I took apart a lot of decks. I took apart a lot of commander decks or things that I was putting in piles. I sold off a bunch of stuff earlier this year, and I've just basically been in a slimming down mood. What deck is my favorite? I have so many fucking Rakdos decks. I don't think I could give another answer. Rakdos and kind of Rakdos and I would say Rakdos and Grixis are my oh god damn. Okay, I just got Zuko Avatar Hunter, and that's pretty decent. That looks pretty decent. What's going on? Awesome Stella, why oh no? Stream blip? Are we good? Are we back? Are we Joe back? All right, which one is that? This looks like 246. We're so back. Yep, near mint foil. Just got another $5 card. So now we're making money. Hello. This is a 5-color Earthen Ally. That's what, 10-cent card probably. My partner's a Rakdos player. She's the one that got me into Magic. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, no, I have so many fucking I have 2 Judith decks and 2 Ashnod decks, and those are kind of like my baby decks. Cracked Earth Technique, yeah, Mountain, beautiful Mountain. And then the rest is just, kind of giraffe chaff or stuff that's all right. Yeah. All right, so good first pack. Good first pack. I kind of wish, God, why am I blanking on them? Nerd with a Suit, fellow YouTuber Nerd with a Suit. Awesome Stella. We talked about the Hexa stuff a little bit earlier. Nerd with the Suit is here because Nerd with the Suit is a massive Avatar fan and a massive Kyoshi fan. And I keep every time, to the point where every time I'm tooling with the Kyoshi Warrior deck, I fucking, I think about them. No idea how Magic works by Dulo Avatar. They've really, one of the things I think is they really did a great job making this set. And yeah, Kevin Ramsey, I'm kind of, so a part of the reason that I was, because I really started playing Commander last year, and I made so many decks that didn't have great synergy, that didn't have, and that's really where I've been taking a lot of stuff from. And I just don't enjoy playing, and I've kind of found my niche and the things I like doing, and it's a lot of tricks, it's a lot of sacrificing, it's a lot of cantrips and goofy, like, tricky stuff, and I don't really play a lot of stuff that is just big stompy or big, like, I'm just gonna make something big and fuck you, and I don't play a lot of, like, stacks and stuff, which, hey, sometimes that shit is to my detriment. Every now and then I run into a fucking player at a table and I'm like, the thing is, I do have a mean deck. I have a deck for this. I have a deck that I've created for when there is not a fun time to be had. I have a mono black Massacre Girl deck that is all just about giving everything minus counters, which is pretty good. It's pretty good. How are we doing on stream right now? Let me know. Can you see me on stream? Are we doing good? What's up? What's up? I'm not getting any engagement over here. Get the same from. I play Shadowverse. I do not know what that is. Stream smooth? Hell yeah. All right, we've got the beautiful art for United Front. Let me see what United Front's at. Good on my end? Okay. People are just chilling, listening to me yap. That's fine. Let's see. United Front. $1.99, $1.99. Yeah. Yeah, okay, this is the one I got in foil, so I'm assuming a little bit more. First card here. Mythic. What do we got for foil? $7, not bad. Heroic Intervention, the source material with Zuko on it. That's fine. My edible kicked in. I'm just kind of staring at a wall. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. God damn it. All right. Hakoda, Selfless Commander. That's a fine card. I think Hakoda. I don't remember Hakoda from the show. I need to watch Avatar again. One of the things I wanted to talk about on stream. Have I ever played Warhammer? I've read Warhammer books. That's the best I can do. I got, why is it extended? Oh, that's a pre-release. Okay. Yeah, it's fucking nothing. I've read Warhammer books and I've played Warhammer games. I like Warhammer. I like the world of Warhammer. Let's fucking go. Redirect Lightning, one of the chases. Let's fucking go, chat. Made some money on the first pack already. $10 on this one. Let's fucking go. Yeah, no, I started watching Naruto. And I really liked Naruto back in the day. In like middle school and stuff. Never really finished it. Never actually really got out of the like Genin arc around there. You want my coffee? Why do you want my coffee? You hate me. You want to take it from me. You can have it. It's fine. It's because I love you that many. I love you. That's how much you mean to me. That's for you. But for the price of a little kiss. Love you. What?
I just did regular workout stuff once I got bored of doing dance.
Good. What? I love you. Okay. Yeah, we got explosive shot. Why is that a sorcery? Are you kidding me? Kingdom Protectors. I know Sean was telling me about one. That Hog Monkey. Hog Monkey. What?
It's so funny to watch you hog monkey on stream and you look at me like that. Hog monkey, you like slop? Is that good for you?
You like you don't laugh at a fucking chicken jockey joke. Have you ever had a Magic the Gathering play that you felt had a whole narrative to it? Hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, I talked about it a lot in the like podcast I've done with Bugs Matrix. It's like, yeah, there is very much a role-playing element. All right, last pack. Second pack was mid, but let's see if we can fucking pull this out. Let's go, chat. Let's go, chat. Oh, fucking art card. How dare you? How dare you? It is a man with his bear.
A man with his barrel. That's no man. That is a king.
All right, we've got a beautiful full art secret tunnel. That's playable. That's pretty good. That land.
Secret tunnel.
That land can't be blocked. Also a cave. Yep, extended art, foil, so probably a couple bucks. Yeah, 451. All right. Visions of Beyond. Man, all of the fucking Katara's reversal. What the fuck? Visions of Beyond. Draw a card. Graveyard. Draw 3 cards instead. Okay, that's not instant. Ooh. If a graveyard has 20... Is that a misprint too? No. Visions of Beyond. That's kind of... It's an instant for 1 drop. That's going into Zula. Yeah, it's $1.26, whatever. Katara's Reversal. I haven't seen this card. Yeah, it's only like $4. All right. Man. All right. Tale of Momo. Beautiful art, though. Yeah, look at the fucking new Azula I got. That is the new, the coolest version of Azula. Perfect for me. Tale of Momo and Zuko Conflicted are the last two. And a sick-ass Swamp as Nula. Yeah, Tale of Momo, and it's just Momo looking sad as fuck. Look at how sad that bat lemur is.
Poor baby. Oh, poor baby. He's missing his friend. His big bison friend.
Oh, he is. He's sitting in Appa's footprint. That's sad as shit. And then Zuko Conflicted is a card that I really wanted, so also very good for me. Because this is going in my Zancha deck. Because you exile Zuko, then return him to the battlefield under an opponent's control.
Cool.
Yeah. And then what else do we got? We got Whirlwind Technique. A blue airbending? Oh, and that's an instant lesson. For 6, but I can. Okay, see now I'm getting crafty with it. I'm doing this. That's in Azula. That's in Azula too. Whoo. Dramatic reverse. Man. Okay, we got some good stuff. Produce. Dragonfly Swarm. Dragon Insects. War Balloon. Who up Warbin they balloon? Alright, the rest are Alright, you know what? I'll take it. For the price of free, pulling a $40 card and some other stuff, not bad. Not bad. That Fire Lord Azula is so badass. Oh, I love her. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm gonna trick out that deck later. Okay. No, it's fine. I'm gonna go put all these away real quick, and then we're gonna get into stuff. We're gonna get into stuff.
Get into stuff. I'm gonna sit down. Hi guys. This is the bear card. Acceptable. Oh, I read acceptable toot, but it said acceptable loot. Acceptable wheat? No, loot.
I made a Catan joke in my Destiny video.
Or?
Catan? Or? Oh, you should tell them about the Catan I got you.
They got me miniature Catan. My friends won't play with me because it's a settlers game.
That's
No, they're right for that.
No, they're not.
I don't know. I think they're right for that.
It's an uninhabited, like, it's not real.
I know it's not real, and I know it's pretend, and I know that they could have fun with it, but
Okay, I want you to postulate this to them.
Juno likes Catan. We have Catan. We have Catan love in the chat.
That's not the only thing you two have in common.
Oh, because we're puppy. Show my earring? This dangly one? There's a thing in the way. Hold on, I'm closing this. Can I close this?
Nope.
Okay, minimize
Drag
it.
it out of the way.
I'm just gonna drag it out of the way. It's a big dangly. It's very sparkly. I just kind of put it in with. I have 2 regular studs in. And I just kind of. Oof! Oof! Dangle, shiny dangle. There's the puppet again. God damn it!
What's the matter? Don't you like them?
I'm trying to get my back in the mirror.
Oh, thank you. Gigaroni, I love the puppet. See, some people have taste. Dragons are poggers asks, how are you, Koa? She just jumped out of the fucking room.
I'm good. I'm sweaty. Sweaty from dancing, but my hair does not look great. Get out of here. I would get, if you had money, you would get a custom Muppet. Of what? I'm so curious. What would you get of a custom Muppet?
Anar Kaylee. What? Oh, lady did not like my wart. Oh my goodness.
Somebody at the door. Maybe they gave an more package. Can you calm down? I'm gonna put my hand in your mouth. Calm me down. Hey.
Don't put.
That's what calms her down. She has to yell unless you put your hand in her mouth.
Gigaroni would make one. Or design a puppet. Design a Muppet.
Okay, just a little character. OC, please don't steal. Yeah,
OC.
see, she wants hand in mouth. Calm her down. Hand in mouth to calm you down. Gross. Disgusting.
You decided to do that. I was talking about how you vape too.
I don't vape anymore.
Wait, the Baphomet plushie is merged from the band Twin Temple. Their satanic doo-wop? That's pretty cool. Look at this dog. Look at this dog. Did people wait, oh, what did somebody say over in Twitch? Oh, hello. Oh my goodness. Hateful dog. I forgot what I didn't even see it. Someone being a stinker. How do I go to my stylist and ask her for DD's haircut? So I actually, and you can go back and watch videos. I haven't cut my hair in so long, but my 2 go-tos, or my 3 go-tos when I was like, hey, like this is kind of the vibe, right? Were And I've just been growing my hair out. So the girl from Smile, her haircut when I was a lot shorter. So this kind of trim, which was exactly my hair for a little bit. I miss that length. I love that look so much. And then when I wanted it to be a little bit longer and I was trying to just shape it up, it was... yeah, look, Yelena Thunderbolt's hair. Everybody thought... like, which is basically a very similar cut, and we kind of have... like vaguely similar kind of face shapes. So that really worked. What are you doing?
I'm gonna figure out what your color palette is. Just kind of curious.
Oh, okay.
From the website my mom told me about. I hope we need to have fun with that.
Hello, baby. Sorry, I'm just reading the Carnal MD. Another similar one is the Endy character from Quantum Leap reboot. I know who you're talking about. Which, yes, is a fucking look and a vibe, and also somebody I've held up my hair and been like, eh. But right now I'm growing it out for a little bit, so it's going to be a little bit longer because I need the hair to heal before I bleach it again. Because between bleaching, dyeing, coloring, and purple shampoo, it's getting really frail, and it's still like my hair is not fried by any stretch, but it's lost a lot of its body, and so I'm growing it back out. Essentially growing it back out. Monster Hunter Olivia or Eric? Yes, and Mason also plays Desire in Sandman. OG Anakin Skywalker Lego hair. That's so funny. That's so funny. Yeah, when Sandman Season 2 came out, I got a lot of, oh my gosh, has anybody ever said you look like Desire? I was like, that's so crazy. That's so weird. I wonder who even plays that character. That's wild. Any advice on those awkward stages when growing it out? So, and kind of having those, like, okay, having the Smile 2 and then Thunderbolts, like those templates to be like, okay, these are kind of what I want to do in interstitial stages while growing it out. I think that really helps. Sushi was good. Sushi was good. Grow my hair out so much longer. Trying to find a photo of me in natural lighting.
Yeah, never mind. I'm gonna use the Rouge photo shoot.
Okay.
But then you're in makeup for that.
Yeah.
I need natural lighting and no makeup.
Well, I don't do that.
Well, then I'm gonna have to probably just go from one of the Rouge photo shoots that were outside. We didn't go on the lights.
Based. Alrighty, chat.
This is so cute.
You doing your pogging while I was... All right, so let's, before, actually, another thing I want to talk about, before we get to the Tim Pool Candace beef, is Asmongold.
You knew it, I knew it.
Is there, am I not? Did I not? There we go.
This is like one.
Next stream I'll have 2 fucking monitors and I won't have to move stuff around all the time. Ooh, you better watch out. Ooh, chat, you better watch out.
One of her best friends. Obviously, she was going to win this
This is Maya's
award.
second nomination.
Yeah.
and first win.
Rigged? Oh my God, did they rig it? No way.
So, I want to preface... What are you doing? I want to preface this part by saying that I have no real care or interest in the fucking streamer awards. Don't really care. But it is funny, like this opening salvo right here, where you have all of these people. Again, my study. I don't know who these people are. I don't really care. Oh, you're thinking of somebody talking about. I thought the awards are tomorrow. The Game Awards, another award show I do not care about. And then you just have this dork down here. While everybody else is getting all dressed up, they're going out, they're having fun with each other, they're having fun out on the town, they have like their little award show, whatever. It's adorable. I don't really care. But it is interesting to call out that he would rather than go to this, or I'm assuming he probably wasn't even invited, but would rather sit back in his filth and t-shirt and just bitch and whine about how, oh, it's rigged. Yeah, it's rigged. Wow.
Yeah.
And I wasn't nervous, but now I'm super nervous.
Wow.
Yeah, Asmund reporting in from his hovel. What's TGA drinking game? Every time they throw it to focusing on like esports, or every time the Schick Hydra bot comes out. And the reason that Asmund, much like Destiny, is kind of in a state of a almost self-imposed exile, where through nothing but stepping on a series of sequential rakes one after the other, much like this, he has isolated himself from anybody else. This is a fascinating part. So as I've been researching Destiny, and a couple weeks ago I was watching a lot of his old debates and a lot of his old streams that he used to go on. And there's one that I was watching that Hassan was on, Destiny was on, a couple other people were on, and then Asmund pops up. And I don't know why Asmund decided to try and dip his toe into like politics shit, because he's never interesting to listen to in those things, because he doesn't take any actual sides. Like, all of his opinion, he just acts as this weird foil to like stop the conversation and be like, well, so what are you trying to say? Well, what I think this person's trying to say is like, you are not adding anything to the conversation. Shut the fuck up, please. But it's interesting to see how in the past he's gone from somebody who would, at least through whether it's popularity or likability question mark, he would at least be on panels, he would be invited to shit. Whereas now, through incidents like what we're about to see here, which happened recently, nobody wants to fucking interact with him at all. And this was him reacting to the fucking Piers Morgan, Nick Fuentes thing. Sorry, I didn't mean to go all Alex Jones there. I'm reacting to Piers Morgan, Nick Fuentes. That's like drunk Alex Jones. It's like Alex Jones on a bender. Aw, look at me. That's actually a pretty picture. The Dark Knight Batman voice. I was doing because I was talking about Naruto, and I finally watched all the way through the Hidden Mist Village arc. First off, I want to take a poll in chat, just eyeballing it. How many people had a bisexual awakening because of Haku? What are we thinking? You just shoot me a number, chat. Shoot me a number. All deep voices ultimately become alcoholic Cookie Monster. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Oh, what was the fucking bit we came up with?
You wrote it down.
I did. You have my phone.
I do. I'm going to your notes. Is it in your notes? I don't know where your notes are. That's tips. Search.
No, I got it.
Give me that back. I want to keep on your color season. You're in autumn.
I'm in autumn. bleh.
Why do you not want to be a hog?
Pizza cook. Wow, that was far away.
No, it was really recent.
It was really recent.
You just gotta look at my tummy.
I don't know.
I'm sweaty.
Pizza cook. I'm crushing this trip sitter thing. That was you.
Can you search your notes?
No. Coffee. Is that it? No. Alright, so it was before that. Pirates what use mechs. That was, I think, just an idea I had when I was high. There's my damage questions. Pizza cook.
Kevin Ramsey, it's never too late to have a bisexual awakening.
Reformed alcoholic cookie monster. So we came up because if you'll remember a couple months ago, we did a bit where it was like Myron Gaines, and I was just making fun of how stupid like Manosphere influencers are. And I came up with this dumb character on stream of the alcoholic cookie monster because they're just like cavemen essentially who are just like, oh, men, drink beer. Beer good for men. Oh. And on the way, I don't remember what the context of our conversation was, but I pulled the character out again when we were talking about something. And all it says here is recovering alcoholic cookie monster is the character. And the only thing I said was, oh, put bottle down. Pick up cookie. Oh. And that was it. That was really good for me. You still think it's funny.
I love it.
It's so dumb. But yeah, I was so okay, wait. 16 Naruto train. Actually forgot about Femboy Haku. Haku was definitely a step in a bisexual awakening. Hell yeah. Kimimaro hit for whatever reason. Yeah. Wait, who's Haku? Haku's the femboy that helps Zabuza. Fucking Steven Blooming it up, by the way. Which is so funny. Like, hearing him... Steven Bloom is so funny because, like... He has a really wide vocal range, but the second he goes into that really, like, deep, guttural, gravelly voice that he has, he's immediately fucking recognizable. Like, when it's just him being all growly and talking to Kakashi. Like, it's just fucking... It's like, yeah, that's Steven Bloom. That's Steven Bloom as fuck right now. It's like he was one of my favorite Sub-Zeros just because you could hear him like be so grovelly and chilly and be like Hanzo Hasashi, which is it's so good. Love me a Steven Bloom. I think isn't Mary Elizabeth McGlynn married to Steven Bloom? Why do I remember that? Why do I know that? I don't remember. Anyway, back to... Sorry, I was reading chat for a second. Back to this.
Yes, I do.
You think Hitler was very fucking cool?
Yes, I do.
One of them.
And I'm tired of pretending he's not.
God, what a fucking... See, this is the shit I'm saying. Like, he doesn't take this shit... Nick Fuentes does not take this shit seriously. Like pulling out a meme. And of course, later on, he would say, well, you know, I'm just, obviously it was a joke and all that shit. Even though he does mean this shit and it just can't stand by because he's a chicken shit little rat fucker, like I said. Why does he always do that eyebrow thing? So, Asmund has twitches. I don't know why. But watching him makes me physically uncomfortable. In the same way I get most people would get a literal gut reaction seeing, for example, maggots crawling on something. No, he literally looks like he's seeing fire for the first time.
Well,
to be honest.
This is the problem, you see. It's a bit like when you just say, I'm a racist. You're a racist, you think Hitler's cool, but you're not anti-Semitic. If you're a Jewish person watching this, what are they thinking? You think...
Bro. What the fuck was that? Why does he stream in like 240p? Like, dude, you make more money than God. And it looks like a medieval peasant being explained the concept of soap.
We didn't shift the Overton window. We burned down the house.
Who's we? So this video, Asman brags about successfully shifting the Overton window to allow for openly hating Jews and black people. Hints at collab with Nick Fuentes. So Asman is just another, as I talked about this earlier, Nick Fuentes, not a necessarily very smart person. He is smart enough to know when he needs to be conniving. He's smart enough to know most of the time when in what company, in what circumstances he needs to mask and hide his power level and all that shit. Nick Fuentes is also smart enough, and mind you, this is damning with faint praise, because it doesn't take a lot of brains to be this. He's smart enough to recognize when people around him are far stupider. And that is, so two things. People around him are either far stupider or mistake him for being a genuine actor. The mistake him for being a genuine actor is where Destiny comes into the platforming Nick Fuentes, because Destiny thought, obviously, that he could actually reach and actually debate Nick. Nick had these genuinely held beliefs and that he was likewise a very intelligent person, and Destiny could just reason him out of this bullshit. Whereas every other orbiter of Nick, whether it be the Fresh and Fit dickheads, whether it be Aiden Ross, whether it be Kanye West or Sneeko or Asman, I doubt have the ability to read. If you pop them down in front of a Dr. Seuss book, I think they might spontaneously fucking combust. Any one of those people, fucking pick one. They are all subliterate cavemen to one degree or another. And that is the thing that Nick has gotten very good at recognizing of how to take advantage of. So this idea that, like, it shouldn't be phrased. I know for Asmongold, this is like a collab. For Nick, this is a stepping stool. This is what he does. This is how he's gotten where he is. So framing it this way is, I don't know, it's very much like, oh, bless your heart. Oh, bless your pea-picking little heart.
We burned down the whole motherfucking neighborhood. There was another clip about this too. Here we go. Here we go.
This is where you talk about Jews, women, and blacks.
I've seen it. You've seen it. We've all seen it.
Just take a listen.
They're always coming up with, no, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be
And watching Asman, again, these rare moments of outburst for Nick, where I think he just gets so existentially fed up with his place in the world that he bursts out with the shit that he actually believes. And it's important to note who agrees, who's nodding along, who's joking, who thinks it's funny to go by and be like, oh, see, like, yeah, no, he's got a point. He brings up a point. Because in those moments, people are vicariously admitting that they also believe this shit too, like Asman is doing right here. And it is not an accident that these people who are saying that blacks are subhuman and the Jews control society and women need to shut the fuck up and all this other bullshit that he's doing, it's not an accident that they are degenerate, coomer, sublingual, basement-dwelling, filth-infested, mold-brained, loser, incel dorks who, if not for an attention economy that thrives on pointing other like-minded losers towards them, would have probably, I can't even say what they probably would have done. I can't even say where, like, let's think about where Asmongold would have really ended up if there weren't losers out there to watch him. Like really. Do you think he would have made it? Do you think this specimen would have survived the human race? Does he strike you? Let me put it like this. Does he strike you as somebody who would even really be able to competently work a McDonald's drive-thru? A janitorial position? And I'm not saying that these aren't skilled positions of labor. I'm ascribing these as the places that we often see publicly as, these are where you start with jobs. This is the lie that, people kind of propagate, is that like, oh, everybody you start by packing fries and stuff. And like, that's not the reality. Like, a lot of these jobs are essential to keep our world running, but they are also entry level. And so what I'm saying is, do you think that somebody like this could even succeed at that? I don't think so. I honestly do not. Yeah, also, maybe not the best candidate for janitorial work. Like if you are yourself... Okay, here's the problem with Asmongold being a janitor, with that ridiculous fucking fantasy I just threw out there. Asmongold himself is already a walking power wash simulator level. Right? And you can't just have one level walk into another. It breaks the game. It's not the way it's meant to be played.
Prisoned for the most part. Mm-hmm. And we would live in paradise. It's that simple.
Man.
Again, when people say, oh, Nick Fuentes is funny, that laugh was not out of him being genuinely funny. That laugh was out of his sincerely held naivety. That he actually believes if you locked up every black person and didn't let women vote, we would live in paradise. Motherfucker, men wouldn't even live in paradise. Straight white men wouldn't even live in paradise. Just go fuck a fucking femboy. Nobody gives a shit anymore, dude.
Would you like to clarify what you meant there?
That's all true. 100% true. Everything I said in that clip is true.
And Jews and blacks didn't. It's all Jews and blacks. Yeah. And by the way, on Twitter, you would have a lot of people that agree with you.
On Twitter, you'd have a lot of people that agree with you. Wow, that's pretty good. That's wow. I like what am I supposed to, what is anybody supposed to gain from that? Like, yeah, at the Nazi convention, everybody actually agrees with me there. Yeah, guys, actually, if you go on Twitter, everybody actually totally agrees with me on the internet. Yeah. Shocking, dude.
No, there's been a lot of people that have been feeling that way. It's been massive. It's been crazy. Like, I've been seeing, like, the amount of people who are, like, hyper-focused on, like, especially Jews.
This is again, just like, I'll call it a slip. Freud has no real part in this. This is just a slip where he doesn't realize that very clear that the reason why he sees so many people criticizing Jews is probably the same reason he doesn't realize why Nick Fuentes slop has been served to him. Why Nick Fuentes is taking advantage of him and his platform to, continually normalize himself and his little egotistical bullshit. It's because, dude, that's the algorithm for you. That is the content that you are taking part in. So it is serving you more of your anti-Semitism slob. Like, you are the problem in this equation. Jesus Christ, man.
people really don't like Jews anymore. They really, really don't. Like, I've been seeing, like, and I feel like every time that I feel.
Do you think he streams in low resolution? Because if he was in HD, it would pick up all the detail in the recesses of his rotting fake teeth. Like, do you think he tried to stream in HD at one point and the computer was just like, "Fuck it, I quit. Done with this shit," and just melted down? Like, that's my working theory right now. Yeah, Kanye loves Jews now. Let's not discount it. Do we need to watch the fucking Kanye clip again? Somebody brought up in conversation the Kanye Jewish doctor clip, and I just started fucking laughing because I just looked and I was like, I heard it and I was like, oh yeah, oh that's so fun. It like look, Nick Fuentes has never been funny on purpose. Neither is Kanye. But that if you haven't seen the best, my favorite version is the one I made of that clip where I put it on the end of a Curb Your Enthusiasm episode. That's pretty good.
It's peaked, it goes again. It gets even more extreme. People go even harder with it. They never have, bro. I mean, there's 109 examples of that. You're right.
Rooting for you from.
Dog, seriously? Is he now doing the fucking like, well, they've been kicked out of 109 countries or whatever the fuck? This is it's unfucking believable that I could not have predicted when I started doing this channel. I did the original Hate Church video. I could not have predicted that I would have to still rely on all the same shit I debunked when debunking the anti-Semitic hate church for, like, now somehow mainstream political figures.
Finland.
Yeah, Asmongold has been. We got to do a stream. Does he want me to reach out to him?
I think that we might have to wait till next year for that one. I don't know if Twitch is ready for that one yet. Like,
what do you think would happen, dude? What do you think would happen, dude? Like, oh, we're gonna blow up the internet with our fucking insane takes? Like, ooh, wow, you're really blowing our mind. Like, no, they would get together, they would cause a singularity of dumbassery, people would laugh at them, and everybody would fucking move on. Miss Shamrock, thank you very much for following. Let's go to. So I want to. I might steal from Sam Cedar. Let me actually. Why am I not signed in? Whatever, that's terrible for me. Let's do Tim Pool. Yeah, there we go. Tim Pool and Candace Owens. So actually, before we get... all right, chat. Do we want to do Tim Pool, Candace Owens first, or do we want to do AI George Washington from Glenn Beck? Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. Washington. You want to be here for the George Washington one? Are you sure? Were you doing makeup?
Yeah.
You were doing eyebrows?
I'm doing both eyebrows and makeup.
What a fucking nightmare. Would you do me a big favor, baby? Would you get me some caffeine? Yeah. Thank you, baby. Did you eat your, you didn't eat the sushi roll that I brought for you? I swear to bring you that sushi roll and you spit it back in my face.
You wish I spit in your face.
Ow. Down, girl. Yeah, you were gonna sit down. What the fuck are you doing?
I'm going back to finish my makeup.
Future Sabrina, thank you. Yeah, everybody. It looks like everybody. A lot of people. Timpool, Dimtool. All right. I will, because Koa's gotta get going. She wants to see. We'll talk about. Yo, look, we got plenty of time for Timpool and Candace. But I want to do the Glenn Beck. Oh God. So this is on the official Glenn Beck channel, and I love that he calls it Glenn Beck's new AI George Washington, as though this is something he's built and engineered himself. Glenn Beck has been toiling away in the Glenn Beck mines, just wearing every shade, color, and pattern of sweater you can imagine, day after day, to bring this golem to life. This simulacrum of George Washington, I fucking guess. Let me see. Is it on Glenn Beck, or is this? Do I have to like?
This is probably very unfair.
Oh, fuck you, dude. Do I have to like pay to get? I want to get the good, because there has to be like a full Joe Rogan style video that he's done. Vengeance coming. This Islamist organization, man.
Okay, from just the context clues of that image, is George Washington, is AI George Washington a podcaster?
They done made him a podcaster. I preview George AI tells me the only way to save America.
Give me the headphones. I need to know. I need to know how to save America. Stop biting the ball. You're gonna break it.
Let me. Do we? Lady,
Wait, stop it.
no.
I roll ball in.
Oh, she wants this. Candace. She said, "Hey, give me those."
She wants to destroy the thing because she has no boundaries.
Yeah, can I just want to see like the full combo really quick. So let me see. Glenn Beck.
Why do you have a bingo token?
Oh, I think that literally like came home in my pocket or something. Like it just fell out at some point. Being George Washington. All right, so he made a book about George Washington. Why is Glenn Beck's AI? I don't want to fucking give anything. Okay. Yeah, you just want to. I'll. There we go. Let's.
Just talk about it.
Throw it as hard as you want. Go on.
Man, the AI slop ads are getting. Oh, they're getting real sloppy. Oh yeah, Chad. Let's get the real good sloppy. I'm gonna adjust this a little bit. I'm trying. One thing I'm trying as part of my like I'm streaming all day vibes is a more relaxed pose, because one of the things that kind of tires me out is trying to like stay like this. So I'm just kind of fucking vibing over here. So if you see me going gremlin mode with like my leg up and stuff, leave me alone. Check my DMs from a while ago on extensions to use. Yeah. No, I don't have AdBlock because I haven't installed it yet, because this is my new computer. I did use an ad blocker on the last one.
Watching it zip away feels like it might just keep going, right? Nope, here it comes. This thing's a total game.
I was at Mar-a-Lago last night. I've been trying to help raise funds for several organizations.
First off, what an incredible way to open. I was at Mar-a-Lago last night. I've been trying to raise funds for organizations. As if it's the fucking United Colors of Benetton. As if fucking, oh yeah, hey, we got to go to Mar-a-Lago to raise funds for the, Veterans of Puppies with Cancer Foundation. Like, what? Okay, dude. Great way to start. Really just...
I've been speaking at
Timu
several
Orson Welles
fundraisers at Mar-a-Lago over the last couple of weeks, and it's an amazing thing to see how many people are just deeply engaged in saving our nation, and are.
You can tell he's been slaving in the AI laboratories. He's been pulling those late, like, nutty Professor Frankenstein nights trying to get this creature up and working. This is the kind of shit, I really loved Del Toro's Frankenstein, but I think Oscar Isaac could have taken a couple notes from Glenn Beck bringing his own monstrosity to life, because he's putting in, the hours are real.
Our life, our fortune, and our sacred honor comes to mind.
Damn, I wanna just nap on a laboratory table right now, just listening to him. Thank you very much, Nehemia, for $5 at Mar-a-Lago, straight up raising it, and by it, let's just say, my funds. There is a lot. It's like anti-vocal fry. That's so funny. That brings us up. I think we're about, if I get $40 more, I think that should roughly be enough. I'll put on the cat ears for the rest of the stream, which means I'm aiming for 4.5 to 5 hours of stream, so that should be enough time for people to get their money's worth on the cat ears, if anybody wants to give 40.
The dedication of people. Last night I was there for the American Journey experience, which is an offshoot of Mercury One. It is our history section. And we announced that we are building a museum, a brick and mortar museum. We begin.
Okay, chat. We're gonna have a word of the day really quick. I don't do this a lot, but we like to learn together. So I'm gonna, in the interest of Glenn Beck being who he is right now, we're gonna look up a word. I'm still getting used to this new keyboard. Here we go, everybody. Let's listen to it together. All right.
Somnambulant.
Somnambulant. Resembling or characteristic of a sleepwalker. Sluggish. So this is how, if you want to have a word to describe just the vivacity, the charisma that we're seeing, the raw power crackling from your screens right now, the word you're looking for is
somnambulant.
Early next year, and we had some really exciting things to say about that, and we'll give you updates on that as it goes. But we would love to have your, right now you can come into very small museum. I think we have.
It's so funny, RSI. It's so funny when people ask, or when I'm watching something from Glenn, when people are like, who is this guy? Because, and here's the funniest part. If you don't know who Glenn Beck is, you missed out on an entire area of political discourse. You just weren't paying attention, or, whatever. That's fine. You might have still been grown up. I don't know. It's fine. Everybody comes from a different background. There was a distinct time in American history where Glenn Beck, in recent history, in the odds, ruled the fucking airwaves. He was heir apparent, doing battle in the theaters of Rush Limbaugh, about ready to fucking smite that doughy, cancerous motherfucker down, like a thunderbolt from fucking Mount Olympus. And then he got too big for his britches and then bet on the wrong horse against Trump, and was never quite really in the same, long story short, was never quite really in the same race after that. Spent a lot of time trying to get back in, the Trump side's good graces and blah, blah, blah. But it's so funny because he has fallen so meteorically, really, where, so I've done a couple videos where I've talked about this. One was if you haven't watched it, go watch the, last Halloween, I did a video review of the R-rated Christian horror movie Nefarious, which Glenn Beck featured in as himself. I believe I had I dedicated about 2 solid minutes of that video, if memory serves, to simply insulting the way he dresses in that film. And I think if again memory serves me, my favorite insult I came up with, he looks like if there was a Care Bear for riverboat gambling addiction, which is maybe one of my favorite insults I've ever come up with, if I'm being honest. And then, so I would watch that, and then I did a video earlier this year with friend of the channel, Queen Coke Francis, where we both tackled different early aughts conservative shitheads who made the media hellscape we are in right now, where I tackled Glenn Beck and Rush Limbaugh, and Queen Coke Francis tackled Sean Hannity and Bill O'Reilly. And that was such a fun conversation and fun series of videos that we did together. So if you haven't checked out the collab I did with Queen Coke Francis as well, also really, really good. But those should give good insight into Glenn Beck, who he is, and his vibes, I feel. Yes, Nefarious, the interview with a demon thriller. If you can call it a thriller, sure. Like, by the most technical definitions possible, maybe. Yeah. Hello, dog. Hello, Hooch. You are such a baby. This dog... You are being so baby. Okay, I need to show off this dog. Nope, she got down. Damn it, dog.
Says, I do not care. I do not care for your... Oh, she's a trouble.
Her little bottom lip. Like, is he the one with the magic horse? No, that was Rush Limbaugh. Somehow gave Andrew WK a podcast on the Blaze. That's so funny. No, Glenn Beck was really also... The other thing that I think bears mentioning is that while this is a very transparent stunt that is both perfectly in line with Glenn Beck's shtick, which has been the Bioshock Infinite level mythologizing and dick-sucking of the Founding Fathers as these near deific figures. But it also goes into... It's funny that he's doing this again, because before he had to resort to slop like this, and I mean like over a decade ago, he was on track to do what the Daily Wire most recently tried and failed to do, which was expand into being this kind of like conservative media empire, which thus far nobody's really managed to do. Everybody always talks about the culture war, but damn, it seems like these motherfuckers can't make culture.
I don't know, maybe 10,000 square feet. I think our vault is 5,000 square feet. And, we invite people in to see some of the things, but it's really by invitation only, or if you call Mercury One, you can get in. But we're going to open up an actual museum. And it's not just the museum. It's also a teaching.
Tell me more. Adam Bethel, thank you for subscribing.
And so we were talking about that last night. And last night I introduced for the first time George AI. The interaction that I had with AI. Now, remember, this is proprietary technology and information. This is based on the library that we have, which is the third largest collection of founding documents in the world, only behind the National Archives and the Library of Congress. And it's all original sources. So it's all the writings of the founders, all of the writings that influenced them, that we know from their writing, they read this or they were basing these things on these different items. It's the Federalist Papers. It's all of the documents. It's all of their letters to each other. It's their personal writings. It's the Bible. It's...
What? Okay, that's not... So he's going over... I guess he... Yes, he is. He's talking about this George AI as though it is a proprietary thing. So I am assuming. Hang on, gotta get Lady's ball because she's. Here, leave me alone. Here, I'm gonna have to put you in kitchen, dog.
She said, "But throw ball. You throw ball."
Yeah, it is his personal George Washington fucking homunculi. Da Bibble. Okay. So, what essentially he's talking about is they ingested all of the Founding Fathers' documents and writing. They fucking national treasured their way into making an AI. Like, they just have the fucking, like, apparently they got the fucking Silence Do Good letters. Deep national treasure pull for all my big cage heads out there. It speaks the word of Mormon Jesus. Oh, I wonder. Yeah, Glenn, ask what fucking George Washington thinks about the Mormons, dude. This is... Okay, man. Let's go.
Blackstone's law. It's all of the things that they had access to that influenced them.
Okay, so the problem is, already with this approach, is that we saw this a little bit ago. If you remember, God damn, it was the beginning of this year where I talked about how I did a stream highlight on it where stupid Silicon Valley education tech bros were trying to do like, oh, here's our AI Anne Frank that kids can talk to, and the AI Anne Frank would respond as not Anne Frank, but as a robot would, and talk about like basically how there were fine people on both sides saying the motherfucking Holocaust, because these machines are not developing a sentience on behalf of the things they are reading, right? Like, because they can't. Like, you can have the most detailed writing in the world. You are still not going to get a semblance of who the person writing it is. This is absolutely true of philosophers, of poets, of creatives, fiction writers, politicians, because many times the way they approach the world in their person would be anachronistic to how they portrayed the world through their writing, right? I think maybe the most famous example of a creator or a creator imbalance that people point to a lot that is like, oh, you would expect this differently, is like, where is Vest randomly cutting out for anyone else, or is my PC fucking up? Awesome Stella, I think your PC might be fucking up. How are we doing? Am I cutting out for anybody? If anybody can see me. Nope. RSI. Sorry, Awesome Stella. I think it's just you. Yeah, everybody over on Twitch is saying it's just you. So, one of the things that you have this kind of imbalance is between, and it's, this is very pop culture type shit, where it's Junji Ito, who is apparently very bubbly, very nice person, loves cats, cat person, is a very cordial, friendly person, which you wouldn't expect from, he has these dark, I have so many Junji Ito books. I love Junji Ito. Incredibly dark, right? Incredibly violent and gory and scary. Flip side, Hayao Miyazaki. Curmudgeonly old bastard. But very, maybe not actually a good person with how he has... look, there's cultural differences to work. I don't want to pass judgment on him right now, but is a mean fucker. I think a lot of people, even people who are fans of his, could agree that is a meme dude, right? But nobody is going to fucking dispute that he's an amazing artist. And that his art has created some of the most hopeful, humanistic works in animation, in film, period. Again, kind of at odds with his personality as a creator. And it's for reasons like that you can't just input writing, you can't just input a piece of art and expect a machine to intuit that, oh, this is the way the person was exactly like. This is exactly what they believed all the time, and they always stuck to this, and they never strayed from it. Because human beings are more complicated than whatever we output. One of the kind of collapse of AI and what it brings into focus in society is how many people just view humans as machines. How they just see humans as a zero-sum equation of output. That you are the thing you will leave behind. And that's just not true. Have a good one, dragons or poggers. Fine for me, and I'm in a shed. Must be my Bluetooth. Okay, sorry, Awesome Stella. I had tech difficulties to begin with, so I know that shit sucks. Budokai, thank you for subscribing. Are you? Now I'm waiting for your cousin Budokai Tenkaichi 2 to pop in. Yeah, not even a well-informed human being can accurately make that extrapolation. That's true. And I think it's also telling that, again, there's no way, because of just how human beings and our experiences are composed of an endless myriad supply of influences, you can go by history books, and historians can go through and say, like, okay, well, definitely this person was influenced by Locke, this person was influenced by Machiavelli, this person was influenced by Thomas Paine, or this, whatever at the time. Especially, because there was a lot of political upheaval, there was a lot of new political theory, there was a lot of shit happening in between the American Revolution and the French Revolution, and it all kind of fed into one another. The problem is that there was a lot of other shit happening too. There was a lot of shit that the Founding Fathers would say, for example, but then wouldn't actually live by or act on. For a really great example of this, you should go listen to the episodes Behind the Bastards did on Thomas Jefferson to dive into how the dude was literally would go over to Europe and talk about, oh yes, no, we believe in freedmen and we believe in freeing the slaves and all this stuff, and then wouldn't actually fucking do it, and then sexually assaulted his own slaves, right? So going into this, and I'm not fucking surprised that this is the approach Glenn would take. But going into this and giving so much credence to the ability of the machine and the algorithm to parse genuine context, to be able to try and intuit the flaws of humanity accurately, is so, like, insipid. It is so short-sighted that I can't even chalk it up to being blinded or being so excited that you don't even, it just has to be willful ignorance. Like, that's all I can say. Even for somebody like Glenn, who I don't particularly think is like a really smart person. Yeah, no, exactly. SavvyCast. This entire thing, you summed up, I should have just said what you said. You said it better. This entire thing, the entire project, literally all of constructing an AI George Washington is defeated completely by the simple concept of people lie sometimes. Nailed it. Thank you so much, Mackenzie1266 for $5. Someone I know who becoming weird thinks AI is, quote, 12 times smarter than a person and all-knowing. He got mad when told AI lacks the human element for art. So one of the things I just finished Book Tangent, Vesper's Book Corner. Excuse me. Miss, stop yelling at me. What do you want? What do you want? A cookie?
Welcome to Vesper's Book Corner.
So I just finished reading Life of the Mind by Hannah Arendt, and I just flipped right into reading Anti-Oedipus, which are really interesting follow-ups. It reminds me of a time a friend of mine wanted me to see Sorry to Bother You, because I hadn't seen it at all. And so I watched it, and I was like, you know what? We need to watch now. We need to do a chaser of this with They Live. And they're like, well, why? And I'm like, you'll see. Because these movies are two fucking peas in a far out pod. And it's one of those things where they're not the same movie, right? At all. And in fact, they're approaching very different subject material in very different ways, but they have enough in common. They have enough underlying connective tissue that it's like, damn, that's pretty all right.
I got you in here for 3 minutes. 3 minutes of reading time. Hey, freak show!
I just imagine Vesper dressed as a sexy librarian and then going, oh, welcome to Vesper's Book Corner. I don't know why I did that as a vampire. Thank you, Joey Staley. So Hannah Arendt and The Life of the Mind it's a fascinating book because as you're talking, the reason I thought about it is that so much of the book is about thought and thinking about thought, which sounds incredibly redundant and incredibly up its own ass. But the fascinating part about it is that she does a really great job of contextualizing a lot of these really intensive ideas in a very easy to understand, well, relatively easy to understand and parse way, and cross-referencing that with like a lot of, she'll go into Heidegger and she'll go into Nietzsche and Schopenhauer and all these cats, which is probably also additionally, so I've been reading, I haven't gotten really through the intro of Anti-Oedipus, because guess what? These fucking philosophy books have big ass intros, and they're actually important to read. Don't skip those if you pick up any of these books, by the way. And I don't know why my thing just turned off. Anti-Oedipus, and they both draw from very similar backgrounds of discussing the kind of intersections of art, psychology, and philosophy, because those three things are just a constantly weaving spiral through human history. How we explore one will affect how we explore the other. It's like poetry. It rhymes. It's that one line from, I don't know why I know that one line from episode 1 that Ewan McGregor says. You and the Nabu form a symbiont circle. What affects one of you must affect the other. You must understand this. When he talks to fucking, I think, Boss Nos. Why do I know that? Whatever. It's that kind of shit, right? And that the point I wanted to get to of Life of the Mind is that it gets to, and the reason I read it was originally for the Floating Rocks piece that I also interviewed American McGee on, is that Life of the Mind goes through and talks about how we can't really put thought and the mechanisms of cognition we can't really put into words outside of likening them to other stuff, right? Like, we cannot just talk about, when I started talking about this, I said it's about thinking is the book. And you're like, what the fuck does that even mean? But it's like, okay, well, let's talk about that. And there is a long-winded explanation that is really fascinating. It goes back to Aristotle and how they talk about, for time, for example. And I was just talking about this with my partner the other day, where time as a thing is in and of itself a paradox, where by the time you are if you think right now, if you think about the present, you are actually already thinking of the past, because by the time you've had that thought, it's already in the past. And it's a paradox because if you're like, okay, I'm going to get one up on time, and you're thinking about the future, by the time you're thinking about the future, you're already thinking about it in the present, which means it is de facto already in the past, right? But one of the things that we're able to do as humans, and one of the things that makes human cognition so interesting, is we're able to kind of, what Aristotle and a lot of these other cats talk about, is stretching out this moment. And what Hannah Arendt kind of defines as creating a shelter or a safe space. Shelter of thought, where we can kind of stay in this moment mentally and process it, in effect stretching out the conception of what the present is, as long as we need to have that thought, right? And so that's kind of the thing that so much of that fucking book is about. Like, I know the entire movie, music, sound, visuals by heart, and that's a deep cut for me. What can I say? Yeah, it's stuff like that I forgot what the AI thought thing. Yes, Mackenzie, sorry. It got me onto this. It's stuff like that I'm like, okay, but AI doesn't have that. Right? Like, all of human history, and this is the thing that is so, the anti-intellectualism fucking kills me here. Where, oh my gosh, my cat's yelling at me. I'm gonna go feed her real quick so she stops so I can keep yapping. Here, have your goop. Have your goop. Gross little animal.
Cat says, "Oh, I love my goop. I got so many goop. I got goop."
Translator, hey y'all, make sure you hit that like button. Yes, please do. Thank you. What was I saying? Life of the mind, anti-Oedipus. It's this thing of like, AI doesn't have anything that we have not come up with, right? And I think a big problem with anti-intellectualism and the lack of emphasis on the humanities and the importance of things like philosophy that is taught to kids is that people see where we are as just this like spontaneous moment. Like you somehow arrived here and we have all of these amenities and stuff. But the problem is that everything you have, whether it's art, whether it's studies of history, whether it's philosophy, psychiatry, psychology, whatever field of medicine or study or whatever, is the result of an innumerable, untrackable amount of hours of work and thought and iteration by legions of people you have never known the name of. Right? This goes back to the kind of the context of how every human being interacts with one another, and we are a vast fabric weaving into and out of itself constantly. So for AI to have any claim to intelligence is laughable, because it is simply building upon the lessons that we ourselves have thought through for all of human civilization, for all of human history. The idea of AI being like, to go back to Hannah, the reason that I talked about this is that the difference between actual thinking and knowing, right? Where the book opens by talking about, and this is one of the things that like really hooked me in, was like, okay, but when you get into the deep philosophy of like, okay, you can know something, you can know a fact. And the problem is that the people who want to say AI is, oh, it's 12 times as intelligent as a human, is that no, because the AI might quote unquote know shit. It has a treasure trove, a database of information that we've just given to it, right? It's not thinking about it. It is not thinking in the same way that philosophers have, that artists have, that anybody has for every movement they make, for every reflection they have in their life, for every sorrow, for every heartbreak, for every joy, every tragedy, all that shit. We think. We do not simply know and have an answer to everything. And that's the real problem, I think, with the detachment of AI from genuine intelligence, is that we put so much emphasis on these machines having the answers, but we are not thinking through the answers they're giving us. It drives me fucking crazy. I was about to say insane, but I said crazy. It drives me fucking insane. So I keep seeing, I yelled out loud at a bar the other day because there was a ChatGPT AI commercial where it was this fucking like, it starts off and it's typing in a thing and it's showing these idyllic images of a brother taking his sister on a road trip, and they're just joshing around. It's this very humanizing moment. And it types in all these things of like, how do I put together a road trip playlist? How do I, where are all the best spots for this? All this shit that, by the way, you don't need fucking AI for. Like, the AI companies are selling this idea to you, like, look how much this is going to make life easier. It's like, what? Did children fucking forget how to put together a playlist? Did we not learn anything from the entire early YouTube era of anime music videos? Like, you need a robot to put together a fucking playlist for you? You need a robot to facilitate human interaction with your sibling to form memories? Like, that's the idea they're fucking selling to you. These things that we have, up until now, just done on our own with no fucking problems. And it's because so many people are not thinking about knowing. It is because so many people believe or see the thinking and the knowing as the same thing when this is not the case. Simply being told something, simply asking Grok, hey Grok, what about this? Does not mean that you now know it, nor does it mean that you actually thought through it. There is a difference between, hey Grok, is this thing true? Please confirm my entire worldview. And you taking umbrage with what somebody says online and going, okay, I'm actually going to look into this for myself. And you say, wow, this is more, to do my Tucker Carlson voice, wow, this is more advanced than I thought it would be, and they don't really talk about this, and of course it's banned to even ask these questions publicly, but I'm this is really making me reflect on it. Like, nobody has that thought process anymore. We have abdicated the realm of thinking, of simple study, to the idea, not even actual knowledge, not even actually knowing, just the idea of knowing. A vapid facsimile of actual knowledge. I could go on. Hey, chat. Can you tell I've been writing an essay about this for months? Can you tell? Be honest. Don't bullshit me. It's okay. I can take it. I can take the. I can take it. Yeah, Toasted Panini. I have an aunt and uncle who complain about AI and how it's scary and a problem. Guess who has ChatGPT on their phones? Yeah. Well, and that's like another problem that is, linked together with it, where we have ceded so much control over our devices. Again, all for convenience. We love our convenience. And now people are surprised when, and I'm not surprised by it. It just makes me mad when people are like, oh, the new Google AI assistant is here. And oh, gee willikers, don't you want more AI in your phone and your TV? Look at this AI refrigerator, and it can tell you what's in the fridge so you don't even have to open the fucking door. And it's like, who had a problem with opening the fridge door? Who had a problem that we couldn't fucking figure out? Like, Grok, has DD been writing a video about AI? No, and Merritt LV just installed a new smoke detector in my apartment. Would like to see Grok do that. And that's the problem, I think, with so much of AI's overreach, because it is overreach. It is, seeing Sam Altman talk about how, well, I couldn't imagine having to take care of a child without AI. Then you shouldn't have a child, Sam Altman. I can't say. Here's my Kanye moment. Now, I know I'm not allowed to say what I think Sam Altman should do with himself if he thinks he couldn't take care of a baby without AI telling what to do. We know I can't say that. But, and then from here it would just be one long series of censor bars. That made Koa laugh from like 2 rooms over. Hey baby, I love you. Yeah, man, it's I'm kind of stuck. Ooh. No, I think you're fucking killing it. I think you should go with that.
I mean, I'm gonna do more, maybe. I don't know.
I kind of don't think so. Here, turn that way.
Oh, I love that. I want more of these little lines. I just don't know where to put them.
You should. What are you using for inspiration?
Cybergoth.
Look at the detailing on Tron suits.
Tron suits.
First movie.
Yeah.
Because it's all that kind of like micro lattice, microchip look. That would be really good for, I think, little detailing. They're doing kick-ass makeup right now. I'm so proud of them. They're so pretty. I forgot what I was saying. I got distracted. No, because there are things that like, and here's the other problem with the AI is that everybody always wants to be the next big tech innovator. We've created this culture that is prides itself on, this is one of the major problems with capitalism, is that it can't help but start eating its own tail, because there is no end goal of capitalism, right? Like, you want to look at communism, you want to look at socialism, you want to look at all of these things that are so vilified by capital and capitalism, and nobody's done these things perfectly, to be sure. But at least they have something resembling an endpoint, a goal to work towards, right? A society where people have their needs met, all of this progress that needs to be made, there's a roadmap to get there. Capitalism doesn't have that. Capitalism, that when you get to the end of the road of capitalism, it is the total collapse of the universe, is the total collapse of the ecology and everything else that has been sucked dry of all its resources. But the people who did that are too fucking dead, or like fucking off on their yachts while the planet burns to care. Oh, Meredith Navin, thank you very much. For $10, I think we have what, like $20 left for cat ears? If we get $20, I'll do cat ears. Thank you for $10. Scientists have genetically modified dolphins so they can grow legs, but animal rights activists are demanding that they get removed. However, that will defeat the porpoise. Is that good for you?
I just came over here to manifest that last $10 you to put on the cat ears.
$20.
What? I thought someone gave 10 right after the 20.
No. No, I was saying thank you. We're up to next $20 gets my cat ears put on. DD check Ko-Fi. Okay. Oh, did somebody? Damn, you know what? Somebody probably did donate on Ko-Fi. That's my bad. Those are my colors?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, you're a warm autumn.
You're a warm autumn.
I'm not. I'm a deep winter.
I'll show you deep winter.
Does not even make sense. Does not even make sense. Can I borrow this?
No.
Damn.
Wait, what the fuck you want to borrow my Tron identity disc for?
Because, oh my gosh, I'm still in my pajamas.
Yeah, you're still in your little skeleton pajamas.
Yeah, I'm in my skeleton pajamas. Do you think it's dark enough that I can do glow in the dark? No, you still have big lights on.
I love you, baby. Yes, somebody did donate. Thank you very much to the Ko-Fi donors. We are now rocking with this while I rant and whinge about AI and the death of capital.
Amazing.
I love you, baby.
I love you, baby.
Thank you, Nehemiah. Yeah, man. Pucksorb, that's a really good way to put it. I was thinking about that with because I was reading Anti-Oedipus, and Anti-Oedipus is more, it uses the reason why it's so good, to go back to the book conversation about Hannah Arendt. I promise I'm going to get back to the Glenn Beck shit. See, this is how I know I can probably stream 5 hours a couple times a week. It's because I'm good at padding shit out, dog. I'm good at having tangents and my mind just going and talking for a little bit about it. And Hannah Arendt pulls from a lot of the same, like, psychology and philosophy that, they open with talking about. It's kind of this weird, like, Avengers Endgame moment where, everybody's here, where I've been reading throughout the year. I read Sartre, and I've read a bunch of Nietzsche, and I read some Schopenhauer, and I read some, I went through a whole Kafka phase and read a little bit of Camus. And even though I haven't read, Descartes and fucking, whoever else, and Kant and Jung and all these people, like, I'm still able to recognize arguments and stuff. So it's this kind of reinforcement of that knowledge that is helping me just immediately lock into Anti-Oedipus, which is very fun. Yeah, anyway. Nope, not what I wanted. There we go. Love how Glenn Beck has just been sitting there where we have an AI philosophy thing. Yeah, love to see AI put on cat ears. Thank you very much. And identifiable. I always like Sartre quite a bit. Anything on Batali? No. I have not yet. I have a long, if you can believe it, I have a long reading list, because every time I have like a philosophy discussion with somebody in real life, they're like, you should check out this person. You should check out this French person. And actually this Chechen person did a really good job on this. And this is really, yeah. It goes, it's a lot. It's there's so much philosophy out there. And you know what? I wanted to put together a challenge. I don't know about like an official challenge. I don't want to like do it's presumptuous of me to like do like we could do a hashtag campaign or whatever the fuck. But I want to do just like I want to encourage my audience to read more in the coming year, because it has been a wonderful thing for me to read, and it has helped with my just depression. It has helped with recontextualizing and understanding the state of the world and everything going on with it. Hey, knock it off. Come here. Hey. I'm gonna get you. Awesome, Stella. On a semi-related note, I got kind of an attitude check while watching shorts and coming across Grady, who lives with schizophrenia, and talking about his experience. Made me sit and think about the human brain and societal attitude towards the divergent. Yes, there's. Oh, Simone de Beauvoir. I do have de Beauvoir on my list. Yeah. Anyway, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it a little bit. Hell yeah! I'm a bit of a way through Sound and the Fury, and I've enjoyed a few books this year. I read Sound and the Fury around the time of the Kanye video. I think that was, when was that, spring? I talked about the Sound and the Fury. Don't know why I wanted to read that, but I did. It was good. It was very well written. That's one of the things is that people, again, I think part of this illiteracy and the idea that like narrowing down the human experience to a zero-sum equation, or narrowing it down to simply what do you get out of the end of it. And AI is just another step in taking advantage of the same like manosphere shit we've seen for years, where it's like, you need to be reading fucking Marcus Aurelius, you need to be reading the reflections of whoever the fuck and Sun Tzu. And it's like, okay, but again, you can have that knowledge, but are you actually thinking about what's being said? You know, because there's a difference in the understanding of those things between a college-level literature course and some dude bro who's trying to turn his life around listening to Andrew Tate and is reading Sun Tzu being like, damn, yeah, you really should always let your enemy make the first mistake. Fuck, that's so true, dude. Just like I should have fucking chopped that guy Dylan when he stole my girl at fucking Wendy's one time. It's like, you know, it's not really the same level of cognition, but we see so many people kind of summing up knowledge as these things of like you read books as a badge of honor, not to better understand the human condition or to better explore or challenge yourself or to just be exposed to new ideas and new ways of thinking. It's just to, at the end of the day, say you read a book and it's like, okay, well, then what the fuck is the point? Are you just reading books to impress other fucking people? Why? Why would you ever? And that, like, I think that kind of attitude is why we see so many people, which it's so head scratching at first when, and this is, the AI video is probably not going to be done until like February. I hope to have it done before then, but with my work schedule, The AI video really was born from such a place of me looking at people's reactions to AI and the being of like, well, yeah, no, AI, we'll be able to write books and look at all these books I've written and look at all these things I've done. And me going like, why? Why do you think that way? And it's because we see these things not as multi-layered contextual works of human experience, but as notches on a belt. You know, I read 20 books this year. I think I read 20 books this year, around there. You know, and it's I don't know, it's part of like the BuzzFeedification of how we consume content, where it's like, oh, have you watched this new show? Have you checked out X season of this yet? Have you looked at this comic yet? Oh, I've been meaning to get around to that. And we've turned every aspect of our lives and our appreciation for artistry and humanity into a checklist of things that I'm going to get to eventually, right? Which is part of that is a byproduct of there being so much shit to check out. I have a fucking shit ton of movies, and you know, go into any Netflix list. I don't have Netflix anymore, but go into my Amazon Prime list or whatever the fuck, and there's an endless stream of stuff. of all genres, of all types, of all places that I want to experience just because I haven't yet. Most recently, I got around to finishing up the Before Sunrise, Before Sunset. Before Sunrise, Before Sunset, After Midnight, that trilogy. Incredible. Unironically, I cannot say it enough, cinema. Peak fucking cinema. Some of the greatest films you will ever sit down to watch. Bar none. No fucking contest. So pop those three on. I would actually, so what I would recommend is the same thing my friend Mia Moore recommended to me. If you do go watch those movies, space them out. Put like a week or two between them. You know? No, yeah. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Andor Season 2 yet. I'll get around to it eventually, you know? And I think that's where a lot of people get their conceptions of art and the profitability of art. The idea of art as a product rather than a endeavor, right? The idea of art coming down to the end result rather than the process to get there, because the process to make art is ugly. It's not pretty. I was talking about this with American McGee of like the thing that you realize when you spend any amount of time talking to people about game design, when I was making those documentaries and stuff, like the one, shout out to Matt McMuscles for calling some attention to my Condemned 2 essay. That was a wild thing to see get a fucking bump. I was like, where the fuck did 500 views for this thing come out of? But no, Matt McMuscles mentioned me on the video. And it's because the thing I was talking about with American McGee is that like when you spend literally any amount of time just tooling around with a game engine, just pick up a beginner game engine and it gives you, play around with it for 2 hours, try and make something that is just playable where you literally in an empty space, you walk forward a couple feet and interact with something. And it gives you such a new context for the fact that any game ever gets shipped and is playable is a fucking miracle. Because every game is held together with duct tape and prayer. And that's it. Because those are, tens to dozens to hundreds of developers spent years of their life sweating how to make shit work. And then the stuff they come up with is like, the infamous Fallout 3 one is that the one of the train cars is actually just attached to a person underneath the level that is walking back and forth. And it's just serving as the person's head. Just moving forward and backwards. Because that was how they had to get it to fucking work. They couldn't make it work any other way. There was a really great one from The Thing that I don't remember. I was going to do a documentary on The Thing video game a long time ago. But yeah, anyway. But, most people don't see that side of things. And it's one of the things that pisses me off most about the Game Awards, right? Is that the Game Awards, as kind of an extension of this conversation and a microcosm of how we treat and commercialize the idea of art and artistic expression and all that shit. Yeah, SavvyCast, the train hat. You know the train hat. What? You're eating, babe. Love you. What was I talking about? Oh. Train hat. She reminded. I asked what was I thinking about, and she has a train hat. No, what I was talking about was the Game Awards, right? So when you have the Game Awards, there are so, you know what? Let's look up really quick. Let me prove my point here. So this is ostensibly the big yearly, the Keeleys, right? That everybody talks about and everybody feigns fucking outrage when the one game they played this year isn't the one that actually won the game of the year. El Salve, thank you very much for $5. The Romani Blacks Chinese were also used as scapegoat for world problems in the past. Aren't the right aware they are repeating it again with Jews? No. I mean, yes, but they don't see those things as equivalent. They do not draw the distinction because of all those people. Jews are the only ones who have, well, not even Jews, because black people have had it too. but have ended up in places of power, and so that is what they are targeting. The Train Awards. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Ophelia, the reason I love playing old games, I love to see how old game devs tackle things for a lot of things game codified. So I was playing through a lot of American McGee's Alice and kind of contrasting that with Alice Madness Returns, and it's so interesting to go into older games, which I'll admit I save scum through a lot of that stuff, because there is just this Wild West, fuck it, yeah, let's try and make this work vibe to a lot of it, where it's like they very clearly didn't have everything planned out, right? Like everything wasn't focus tested to shit. Everything wasn't like, oh, you got to put a light here and you got to put, I think that's where a lot of the kind of whinging about, oh, they put yellow paint on a rock to tell you could climb it comes from, is that like, yeah, there was a time where we didn't fucking have that and we all figured it out. But anyway, as a kind of wrap up to the microcosm of how we've commercialized art and intelligence and thinking, how many of these are the categories for the Game Awards, the yearly celebration of games that we're all told is meant to represent the game industry and honor all the people who make it work and all that shit. How many of these are for the actual developers, the people who've spent years of their lives sacrificing, staying overnight, missing the birth of their children, missing their children growing up, working grueling, seemingly endless crunch hours. Crunch hasn't gone away in the industry, by the way. How many of these are to honor them versus how many of these are to spotlight the products, the final end result of their efforts, which are often just IP, right? Game of the year, IP. Best game direction, now that goes usually to the game director. They might have some of the team there. Best narrative, that goes to the game writer. Kind of, it usually just takes into account, again, I would actually put this one more in the IP and company honoring part, because when it comes down to narrative, a lot of the times it's just how shiny the cutscenes are, and if any of the cutscenes made people cry. Like that's the way it feels a lot of the time. Best art direction, that's a good one. That's another one that's kind of for the artist. Best score and music, that is for the composer. Best audio design, I think they've added some of these over time. Best audio design, also pretty good. But then you get into these, and it is more, and I would say like best score and music. I say these first four, on a good day, I'd say they're 50% about the developers themselves. More than anything, they are team sports for everybody's favorite game of the year, so they can go and vote and make a whole big kerfuffle about it on social media. The rest of these are simply chasing the prestige that we are accustomed to other mediums having. It is simply emulating things like cinema and the awards that they have. It is simply, oh yeah, we can do that too. So it shouldn't really be a surprise that Naughty Dog and walking simulators and shit have overtaken so many of these awards and get featured so prominently at these awards. Because that style of emulation is what it's all based on, right? Innovation and accessibility, games for impact, you're not going to hear me like diss those at all, because those are good. Those are good for community. But the rest of this shit, best ongoing, best live service, best community support, live service shit, best independent game. They usually aren't that independent. It's usually shit that makes a shit ton of money. Like what are the best independent games this year? Yeah, Absalom, Ball X Pit, Blueprints was a fucking like free on PlayStation game. Claire Obscure is one of the biggest games of this year. Hades 2 was a runner-up to a multi-game of the year award-winning game. Hollow Knight is one of the most anticipated games of the last fucking decade. Whether that's a meme or genuine, who knows? But if you're going to sit here and say, best independent game, and it's a bunch of fucking studios that are well-regarded, well-established, and have dozens, if not hundreds of people working for them, and you are completely overlooking the 5 to 10 person indie teams that have done genuinely really good, expressive, interesting art this year, then you're not actually in it for the art of the game. You're in it for the popularity contest. I mean, Hollow Knight was made by a small team. I'm not saying Hollow Knight isn't an independent game, but the problem is that there is a distinction to be made between a team like the Hollow Knight team and an actual indie dev working to make something interesting, and which I'm not saying that Hollow Knight wasn't interesting or unique or new, but making something outside of the purview of a massive company like Microsoft. Best debut indie game. Like, again, Dispatch. The game has fucking Aaron Paul as a voice actor. Like, it's a popularity contest. It's not an artistic celebration. Best mobile game. And then you've got all the genres. You know what you don't have? You don't have best combat design. Like a lot of stuff that you think through and you're like, okay, well, you know, maybe this, that, and the other. But they get wrapped up into categories that piss me off because shit like best art direction, best score, best audio design usually gets shilled off to like the midsection. You'll come back from a fucking Schick Hydrobot commercial and they'll be like, and this team got best action game or whatever the fuck. And you're like, well, I wanted to see that. Like, but no, we got to spend 10 minutes on fucking the content creator of the year. Ooh, yeah. Fucking Kai Cenat and Moist Critical, you know. Those amazing gamers. Yeah, Dispatch, what a fucking scrappy indie project. Are you taking off? You came to play dinosaurs? Why did you come to play dinosaurs with me?
Leave him alone.
Lady said, I want to play dinosaur.
She's so fucking excited right now. Best adaptation. Ooh, yeah, because we can't fucking dog. Ooh. Damn. That is a fucking dire list. That is rough. Wow. Just nothing but poop from a butt. That's pretty rough. That's pretty rough. Best esport category. Yeah, Sonic 3. It's Sonic 3 and it's not really particularly close. They just kind of forgot that it was near the cutoff. I love how they had to have a fucking best fighting game on a year where barely any fighting games came out, so they have 2 collections. 2 remastered collections. Man, what the hell, man? That's crazy. Man. Best RPG. Yeah, there were some actually good RPGs this year. Whatever. It's just... Yeah, anyway. I've whinged on for probably over an hour. Remember when the stream was about AI George Washington? Here we go.
In a positive way to build America. And
oh, wait. I got to turn my shit back on. ADHD.
We have George,
Hurtful.
which is the librarian. And George is going to be a system that will be able to give you answers to things. And show you the actual documents, but it'll be able to...
I have yet to see any AI that isn't just doing what Google's been doing for over 20 years. I want to preface this next part with that. Like, what he's describing... Lady, you leave my chicken nugget dinosaur pillow alone. watching you, dog. Hour-long stun lock, yeah. Oh boy. Anyway, I forgot what I was gonna say. Washington in a black t-shirt is so fucking cursed. Yeah.
Speak to you in your own language. If you try to read the founders now, it's so hard because they were so smart. They're using words that I'm like, I don't even know what that means. And you
that is a, I mean, like, look, there's antiquated language, but what?
When you read the founders, you usually have to read it with a dictionary side by side. It's difficult.
Skill issue, dog.
And their language is so formal. So it's hard for us to relate to them. But all of the knowledge, this deep, deep knowledge is there from these guys. Literally, they wrote, I try to remember, was it George Washington or Thomas? One of them wrote at a 70th grade level. The 70th grade, you know.
What? Does anybody know what the fuck he's talking about? Like, what fucking metric is there a old metric where they're like, oh, well, if this could be, like, a 70th grade level? What? He wouldn't have meant 7th, because that's not impressive. Like, he said it like it was some impressive shit. That's so... El Salve, thank you for 8 months. Been a fan since your viral church expos. I never give up. Thank you. Thank you very much. Maybe 70th percentile? I don't... No, because that's also not fucking... Like, Christ, man.
And so they're just way advanced. Way advanced.
Okay, dude.
This video
was created by AI. With AI, you can create any character you want.
I also think the proliferation of AI ads, goddamn, an AI creator course. If you pay for an AI creator course, you should forfeit your life. Like, you should stop breathing just to see what happens, honestly. Is the experiment I propose to you. To what? Of course they picked boobs. Fucking Tits McGee in the AI commercial. Look at. We can't go back. Let me see. Show
real
pop.
life,
fantasy, sci-fi,
even animation. Oh, and don't forget about AI visual effects. You don't need expensive cameras or complicated software. You just need to know the right AI tools and how to use them. It's Cyber Monday, and ContentCreator.com is having its biggest sale of the year, where you can get our AI creator course, our viral video effects editing course, and our editing template pack for a crazy low price. Let's start with the AI creator course. In just...
Who says I'll get temp banned? I didn't say anything, though.
2 days, I'll show you how to unlock the most advanced AI filmmaking and content creation tools without having to pay.
Looks like shit. Looks like slop. Still looks fucking terrible.
And with these tools, you'll learn how to create scroll-stopping videos that rack up millions of views, craft wildly profitable online ads.
Wildly profitable online ads, and it's a girl with her tits shaking. No shit. Why? What? No. What?
We put all of this information.
So... The other thing that people don't really talk about with AI is the proliferation of the most heinous ads I've ever fucking seen in the world. You've had, like, I know we don't go on it very much, but like the Grindr ads. Have you seen those?
I don't have Grindr anymore.
Okay. The AI Grindr ads, and this is like a couple months ago, but I've talked about them on stream where they are the most heinous, spine-chilling shit where it will be like, oh, here's a picture of fucking Joe Schmo, and here's a picture of who's a popular female celebrity. A straight person celebrity.
RuPaul.
She says RuPaul. Here's a picture of fucking Sydney Sweeney. Yes, no, I think Sydney Sweeney is one I've literally seen where it's like, oh, look, you can kiss your crush. And it's a picture of this fucking schmuck from Central Casting and Sydney Sweeney, and they fucking AI anamorph them to fucking be making out as an ad. Like actual people. They're like, yeah, you can just make porn of any random person that you want. And somehow, nobody's put a stop to it. It's probably because all the people in charge of putting a stop to it will also take advantage of that technology or are also okay with predating on other people. But it is so... It really... Ooh. I gotta fucking woosah. I gotta woosah. Okay. Jade Eleanor, thank you for $5. No idea how long I've been streaming tonight because YouTube stopped showing me. Hope you're doing well today. We are at about 3 hours.
Into our own system. This is an AI system built by me and my team. And it has pretty much like, if you will, an electric fence around it. It cannot go and pull information from the outside and mix it with the...
So he's laying the groundwork here to establish that, oh, this is a like this AI is pure. It is untouched, unspoiled by the outside world. This is only the things. The problem is that it is still just the things that you, a bizarrely founding fathers fetishistic ideologue, have given it. Have deemed acceptable to be input into it. And that's like really the core of the problem here to me. Because I'm willing to bet fucking Glenn Beck probably isn't giving his founding father AI the accurate info on, like, I don't know, the slaves they had, people they killed, the indigenous genocide they enforced and oversaw. Something tells me that it's not getting the whole picture, the whole truth and nothing but the truth of who a lot of those jackasses were. If it is, though, I tell you what, I would like to fuck... If he is doing one of these for all the founding fathers, I will sign up to a service if you can get me a canonical Benjamin Franklin, because I'll fucking party with that dude. That guy knew how to fucking get down. All right? Look, hey, if you got a real Benjamin Franklin in here, we'd be learning tricks about cunnilingus that have been lost to time. That everybody thought were lost to the Library of Alexandria, right? That syphilitic dude knew what was up. There are 3 things that ravaged... There was a big fire in Paris, right? I'm not making that up. I didn't just think about something else. House fire in Paris now. Was there like a Great Paris fire? Yeah, Notre Dame fire. Nope, that's 2019. I don't think there was. I'm probably thinking of another major city. It was I think I was thinking of the London fire. No, you're right. Sorry, all those fucking scone eaters run together for me. What? Kiss on your cheek. Come here, I want to kiss your cheek some more. I love you. No, you don't take that with you. That's mine. Okay, take a drink. I love you. You're what? Okay. You got like 15 minutes. Text me. Oh, you're not. I'm not going to see you tonight. Okay. I love you too. I'm probably going to get edibles after this. Why? Snooze, you lose. Damn. Love you, babe. Bye. Stop being wholesome while cursed AI shit is happening. Sorry, they're just leaving for the night. Yeah, no, Benjamin Franklin, like, look, Benjamin Franklin got down, okay? These fucking sad sacks can learn a thing or two. This modern American representation from Nick Fuentes. I think women are icky, and I know who wants to put up with women. I think they should shut the fuck up. Insult to Benjamin Franklin.
Information from the inside.
I stand my milk chasing.
It can go and we can import things and say, hey, I want you to look at this bill and tell me, is this bill even constitutional? What would the founders say about this bill? And it will look at that bill, and then it will go through all of their, discussions and everything else, everything that is.
Buddha did Bop, was Franklin a slaver? They were all fucking slavers, I'm pretty sure. I'm being facetious, by the way. I'm being facetious. If you couldn't tell by the clickety-clackety, I got the new keyboard in, and the reason I'm having so much trouble typing shit in is because the keys are big. Benjamin Franklin owned slaves for much of his life, using them in his home business. AI overview. Fuck you! See, and all I can do, I can scroll down and go to benjaminfranklinhouse.org.education and just read the same fucking thing. Active participant in the slave trade is known to have benefited financially for much of his early life. That's all we needed. I didn't need this fucking bullshit. I don't want to hear these alpha bros talking about women don't want fat dudes when Ben was slaughtering Mad Puss on the regular. Talking about Benjamin Franklin slaughtering Mad Puss is so fucking funny. I'm sorry, that's so funny. I am gonna be looking into browser extensions to get through all that shit. Deltoid71, thank you very much for following. All right, I'm going to go. I'll be right back. I'm going to refill my water, and then we'll finish this shit, and then finally get to Candace and Tim. Alrighty. What the fuck? Who was that? Don't listen to me. Slaughtering. Frying Benjamins meant something very different.
In that AI system, memorized from start to finish, which stops hallucinations. And it will analyze that bill, or it will analyze that story. Or you can say, hey, I want my kids to understand the Bill of Rights. In George AI right now is...
I want my kids to understand the Bill of Rights. Until now, we've never been able to explain it to a child. Until now, fucking kids? What? They got all their tablets. They got their tablets and their iPhones and the Crossy Roads and their Temple Runs and their Subway Surfers. The kids don't even know about what's a Bill of Rights. Lamla, why do they talk about the founding fathers as though they are literally Jesus? That is something that is almost unique to, well, it's not unique to Glenn Beck. I was about to say Ben Gleck. It's not unique to Glenn, but Glenn is unique in how he particularly likens them with almost... There is a nearly religious, not nearly, there is a religious fervency that he regards the founding fathers with. Yeah. Homo nihilist. Why do I have a feeling George A.I. Washington is going to sound like a PragerU video if he says woke, I'm crashing out? Oh God, I hope he does. Oh God, I want to hear the flawless George A.I. in a t-shirt talk about woke.
I don't even know how many thousands of sermons there are from the pulpits that were the churches where these guys attended. Because almost everything in the Declaration and Bill of Rights came...
Okay, so this is the other problem is, again, if you are instructing your AI to say, these guys took in this information, whereas, and I want to preface this, I remember, I've been to probably hundreds of church services in my life. I remember almost none of them. They all blend together. Because that's human experience. It all kind of fucking fogs up and blends into a mush up there. But for an AI, if you input this and say, this is part of the data set, they're going to take that as being something, the computer, because it is a program, is going to take that as being a important data point, which again, is completely divergent from how humans actually take in information. God.
Came from the pulpits. And it's amazing when you read some of these sermons that these guys gave. It'll be on, the right to life, liberty, and property. I mean, that'll be the sermon. And today, everybody be like, oh, I can't say that from the pulpit. We have all of these sermons that...
You have a right to property? That sounds like communism, Glenn. And one of my other favorite isms lately, because Tucker says this too. Tucker, I was listening to Tucker's conversation with Milo Yiannopoulos, where he was talking about how, this thing is very Nietzschean, which, of course, all this stuff is banned now in America. You can't even teach it. You do. It's like this assertion that, okay, we are at the same time, we are constantly being like, hey, conservatives are winning. We won the culture war. We're in charge of everything. It's big dicks back in town, baby. And at the same time, it's like, well, we can't say any of this stuff because it's not woke enough. And of course, you can't say this in public. And like, can you imagine? Like the same shit Glenn Beck just did, where it's like, can you imagine saying this shit from the pulpit? It's like, Doug, how are you going to sit there and say that? I've sat 5 feet away from preachers saying they want to shoot people like me in the back of the fucking head and hang my body from a bridge. And you're going to tell me that, oh, you can't, you can't say that people are entitled to life and liberty and property. It's like, Christ, man.
Our laws were based on, these ideas were based on. And so you can ask him anything. And so when you sit down for the very first time and you're going to talk to George Washington, or a reasonable facsimile of him, what do you ask him?
This guy, he is incredibly pleased with himself. This is the closest I think I've ever seen to a genuine, like John Hammond moment for somebody, but for him, not for the actual achievement that he's done, because he's really done nothing. But he thinks he's about to drop his welcome to Jurassic Park. Like that's what he thinks he's gonna do. Like, well, what do you do if you talk to George Washington? He thinks that's his, we have a T-Rex. Like that's what he fucking thinks, right? And nobody in his orbit was like, well, your scientists, they never stop to think if they should, whatever the fucking Jeff Goldblum quote is. they could, but they never stop to think if they should. Life finds a way.
My question was, we fed in all of the conditions of what's happening in America today. And
great.
And I wanted to have a conversation. And here's a bit of the very first conversation.
Let's go.
Let's go, baby. AI. Listen.
George, we have...
I love the framing already. It's, look at him. He's fucking cherubic. I want to contrast, before we even look at George, I want to contrast this fucking face. Look at him. Here he is in a podcast studio with his own branding, looking like $1 billion, honestly. Just looking like Bob's big boy coming off a retirement cruise. Like, look at it. It just, oh. Hey, look, Florida's been treating the Colonel real good this time of year. And contrast that with this, right? And then go just like this. He is, oh, Christ, man. All right, yeah, let's get into it. Let's get into it.
First conversation with George AI. Listen.
George, we have programmed a lot of information and given you a lot of information on what's going on in today's America. Based on your...
Happiest boy at the lollipop fair. So, and I'm curious, I want to see the raw footage behind this too. Because, like, was he literally just talking to a chair? Did they do the fucking... So what they did in... let me see if I can find... Let's see if I can find the shit they did in Star Wars. Like, did they have somebody like this? Did they have somebody like this on the set of just wearing, like, George Washington's fucking head on top of just like that way? Because they do this stuff on, for those who don't know how they film, like, if you ever are wondering, like, oh, how hard is it to film across from, like, a CG animal or whatever, look at another one they do is... See if I can find some Rocket Raccoon shots, because they've done this with Rocket too. See how they do live action. Nope. All right, here we go. Yeah, this is a great fucking shot. I love this. This is so fucking funny. Where they will just, like, green screen shit in, because it's all just placeholder, right? Misa got George Washington. Oh, Misa having much in life and liberty, and a pursuit of happiness, Okie day. Oh, Sonic movies have really... All right, let's do... Hellish, nightmarish. Let's see if I can find Sonic 3. Ha! That's exactly what I'm talking about. It's like, it's just the... just the dead-eyed Tails simulacrum. Oh, that's so good. That's so fucking funny. Anyway, anything to get away from fucking Glenn Beck again. I am curious if they had somebody sitting, like a fucking intern sitting in the studio like this. With just like a George Washington hat on top of their head. Or if it's just, Jay Williams, you've activated my, you've trapped me. Iblis trigger. It's no use. This will end it. Sorry, I'm fucking Sonic 06 is just a soundboard in my brain at this point. Because a lot of the ones I've seen have been the fucking tennis ball, right? Like, I've seen a bunch of them that are just like, here's a stick, here's a tennis ball, look at the tennis ball, that's the thing's head. I think that might have been what they did in, like, the Avatar movies or something. Yeah. So many people are already, yeah, going Iblis trigger, and it's no use. Damn. So yeah, let's get back to the Colonel and his robot homunculi.
The writings of the rest of the founders. What is it that you feel is the biggest problem, or where we should start to fix things?
If I may speak plainly, my countrymen, the greatest danger to our republic lies not in foreign arms or political faction, but in the decay...
May I just interrupt you for a second? Could you just dumb it down just a little bit?
Okay. I do have 29 points, and they're all referenced to exactly what we said in the past.
For this, just speak in today's language.
Okay. I get it.
So they had to, first off, what he was saying was not, like, hard to parse at all. Don't know why they did that. But they had to, so they put together this whole, also he does look like Kevin Spacey. Oh, that's fucking uncanny. Oh, I can't unsee that now. Oh, that's terrible for me. Oh, no. Thanks for putting that nightmare in my head. Yeah, also his hair is styled like the wigs they wore. That wasn't his actual hair. That was the wig. RDY, thank you for $10. You should see the behind-the-scenes clip for Planet of the Apes movies. P.S. Love the cat ears in the shirt. Thank you. I've been playing through Silent Hill 3 again, and I was like, oh, I forgot he has. I forgot I have a Minmo shirt. I literally just. I started playing again last night, and I just got through the subway section, so I just passed Minmo. That game is so great, but I forgot I never unlocked the Heather Beam for it, and so that's kind of what I'm doing right now. I'm sure it's barely like that much. Like I'm just under the 333 enemy kill count, because I look back at the 2 clear saves I still have, and I'm like, it's over 200. It's got to be. So I'm just fucking murking everybody with flamethrowers and laser swords.
Let me speak to Americans. If I'm honest, America's biggest problem isn't political or economic. It's all moral.
Oh boy, hell yeah. Let's go. Let's get into just rephrasing the exact same argument. Like, what are the exact odds that all the problems George Washington, the AI robot, are going to have with modern American society are exactly the same things Glenn Beck has been whinging about for over a decade? That we have this moral divide that we need to overcome, that people just aren't happy anymore. And it's all this fucking, like, basic first year philosophy problem that they're about. I know, because I know these arguments. Glenn Beck, I listened to so much Glenn Beck in my middle school. I used to fucking idolize Glenn Beck. And that's the really insane part. People were talking about how we're different people at different points in our lives, and how that is another thing that kind of contributes to why this is a terrible representation of George Washington. I used to be a different person too. Yeah, this is fucking...
You've drifted from the virtues that make liberty possible in the first place. Freedom. To be free, you have to have discipline. You have to have faith. You have to have character. And if
I love, again, this all had to be in... Like, this is Glenn having to act opposite an empty chair, essentially. Like, they had to have added this in post. right? Like they had to have asked these questions and then had to AI him into it. Because it's very clear that he's fucking AI. This isn't a real person. Like they didn't hire an actor, which actually that probably would have been the way to go. Is, hey, we're going to hire an actor to play George Washington and repeat the shit that our AI George Washington bot said, right? As opposed to this just bizarre middle ground between like a podcaster and like, okay.
You don't have any of those things, laws. Laws can't stop anything. They mean little. Government.
Because we have people coming over the border, we don't have laws. Okay, great. Yep.
It turns either weak or oppressive. You have grown skeptical of truth. You're reckless with debt. You're comfortable blaming instead of building anything. And in my time, we understood that self-governance begins with self-control. Do you even recognize what self-control is? Public virtue matters more than public opinion.
What the fuck do you mean public virtue? Also, yes, his face keeps fucking changing, and that's driving me crazy. Like he absolutely, in that one frame, he absolutely looked like Kevin Spacey, and now he doesn't. When people were talking, or when they were talking about how it, it reduces AI hallucinations, this is just nonsense. This is, and I guess I should have expected less. I don't know why I expected more, but it is the same. It's Grok. It's the same language learning model shit where it just chews up and reconstitutes the stuff that's said back to the person. Except this is just working from a bed of stuff that Glenn Beck already agrees with and already confirms his worldview. Like that's what we're watching here. Confirmation bias if it were a AI robot with a t-shirt. What the fuck is Glenn trying to accomplish here? Getting some semblance, some desperately grasping relevance.
You keep electing these people, expecting things to change, but you haven't changed.
And again, I love how they sidestepped or tried to sidestep the allegations of like, this is an entirely, we didn't input anything into this. This is all just from their writings and stuff. But then as he's laying all this shit out that again just happens to perfectly align with all your worldview, you do have a bunch of stuff to put in front of it about how, all this Americana of look how great we were and look at the Selma March, something I'm sure Glenn completely agreed with and would have at the time. And then also look at trans kids, because this was something George Washington very obviously had any fucking opinion on. Like they're not good at, Glenn Beck in particular is not good at this.
The fix is not going to be found in Washington, D.C. It's going to be found in every home, every school, every heart. Where are the citizens who value duty over comfort, principle over popularity? America was built to be a moral and self-governing nation. It's only that foundation that will still save her.
This is heavy. It's warm. Loads pocket. I'm impressed with it. This is the best.
Beginning January 5th on The Torch. You find information at glennbeck.com.
Oh my God,
You'll notice
dude.
he started speaking because this is what you will see. At the beginning, I will have to...
This guy, he's always about his fucking movements. This is the same dude who did the 9... Remember, do y'all remember the 9/12 project? We got to get back. We got to get America back to where it was when everybody was scared shitless and super racist right after 9/11. Like that was him. That was this guy. He always wants to have a fucking movement, start a hashtag, share this with your family. God damn. The Mormonism runs deep with him. Papa Reese, thank you for following. And Tantamount68, thank you for following. He was tempted to drop it on the 6th. Why didn't you just hire somebody? No, like hiring somebody to interpret this stuff would have been far more interesting, I think. Thank you, Taco Face Fire, for $2. Dead Domain fans equal beautiful people. Aw. I was tempted to do a Marilyn Manson there, but I will not.
do the interviews with him because compute power is so expensive.
Just to be here would absolutely have had a French femboy. Mayhaps have you heard about Lies of P?
And we'll ask you to write in. In fact, you can do it now. thetorch@glennbeck.com. What would you like to learn from the founders? What would you like your children to learn from the founders?
thetorch@glennbeck.com, and you definitely, absolutely, unequivocally, under no circumstances should you send in an unserious response. You absolutely should not send in to that website that you would like to learn the Kama Sutra from Ben Franklin. You whatever you do, you absolutely cannot ask to know Ben Franklin's AI opinions on femboys. Whatever you do, you cannot do that.
Would you like a podcast?
I just want to know John Adams' opinion on Bonnie Blue. Oh, what's doing a Marilyn Manson? There's so many fucked up answers to that question. I was just going to do like a like voice like he does. The beautiful people. Because he did that song. Yeah. Why are you gay? That's so good. That's so good. Man.
Asked from the founders on the Bill of Rights or the Federalist Papers or whatever. What would you...
I hope the John Adams AI is based on Giamatti. That would actually be pretty good. I remember, does that show hold up? I remember liking that, but I was also like a child when that came out. Yeah, yo, I want to know, what is George Washington? What do you think of Assassin's Creed? True? Where'd you hide the apple of Eden? What are our opinions? Okay, let's cut the bullshit, okay? Ben Franklin, let's cut the crap here. Are you more of a Angela White, or are you more of a Larkin Love guy? What's going on? Where are you at?
Ask, if you could ask the founders a question, what would you ask them? At the beginning, because of compute power, we will be feeding.
Because of compute power. Because of it fills me with so much confidence in somebody's project. I'll call Trump saying everything is computer. That's so good. That's so good for me. Not people in the fucking comments not commenting because all of you degenerates are going to look up Lisa Ann and Larkin Love.
Those in and then producing and rolling out every day different podcasts or answers or whatever from George AI. I pray and I hope, and I have pretty good advisors on what in.
Honestly, see, that's the kind of shit. If this, first off, in a perfect world where AI is not sucking up an endless supply of data center electricity and poisoning the waters of communities all over, like that's the first caveat I want to get out of the way. But in a better world where we can use these AI as they are very clearly meant to be used as a fucking toy, like a Neopet or a fucking Tamagotchi. Like that's what we're playing with here. Like, this is a grown-ass man playing with a Tamagotchi, right? Like, yo, what if you did give George Washington, like, arcane knowledge through the like, feed him the script of all the Assassin's Creed games and all the National Treasure movies, and just to see what happens. Just to see what happens. We got more stream hiccups? What the fuck? All right, I'm gonna performance window. Okay, stream quality said load the stream really quick. That might be how it be. What does AI Thomas Jefferson think of Mark Robinson's search history? Oh, man. AI Thomas Jefferson looking at Mark Robinson like, my man. That's so fucking
port. Compute power, the cost of it will go down, and we'll be able to afford bigger amounts of compute. And you'll be able to, hopefully, within the first year, you'll be able to have a one-on-one conversation like I just did. Have a one-on-one conversation, and you'll know.
Be able to use it. AI founding father robots for everybody, you guys. Let's go. Let's go. Fucking end of the world. Like, fuck it, why not? Let's all talk to AI robot of people who didn't exist in that form. Like, put fucking, whoever. Put Houdini in a t-shirt. Put fucking Kafka in Hot Topic gear. Who gives a shit? It's all fucking, yeah, why not? Why not? Fucking, I want to talk, let me talk to Walt Disney if he was in a ska band. Vito Corleone just Googled Old Larkin Love. Nice. Talking to AI Bob Ross as he screams at me because I fuck. George Washington, what's your persona? Man. I want to talk to Machiavelli. See, the thing is that, like, again, in a world where people saw these things as toys, there's probably a pretty fucking funny podcast to be made off of people sitting down with this dumbass bullshit and treating it with the incredulity and the lack of seriousness it deserves. What we're gonna get, though, is more shit like this, where people very self-seriously sit. And how was it basically being the second coming of Christ? Like, how can we ever live up to your example as the God that started America, basically? And then fucking, AI inserted flags and eagles and explosions fly overhead.
Because this is the way they are. It's trained to give you the actual verbiage. And when he said, I have 29 points, he, believe me, because we edited there, he went on.
God damn. God damn. Man, doesn't have fear or pity or remorse.
It gets tedious. But he has the 29 points. He can show you the documents, and it's all in his language. Or you can do...
I'm showing AI King Henry VIII the Nikado Avocado video and watching him wither away in real time. Oh, man.
I did, and say, just speak in today's language. Dumb this down. I'm trying to... This needs to be understood by an 8-year-old. And it will continue to adjust. You'll eventually, hopefully in the first year in 2026 for the 250th anniversary, you'll be able to say, I have a 15-minute commute, and I'm taking my kids to school every day, and it takes me 15 minutes to drive them to school. And
the way he's pitching it, the way he's selling it to his audience is the robot is going to propagandize to your children on the way to school. No notes, dude. No notes. Yeah, Glenn Beck admitting he has the cognition of an 8-year-old.
To understand civic responsibility.
Mogging AI Lyndon B. Johnson. That's so fucking funny.
Rights, whatever it is.
Yeah, no, real question. AI Lyndon B. Johnson, does AI Jumbo still have the sauce? Huh? Google Lyndon.
Do it in the next 10 days, and it needs to be no longer, each episode needs to be no longer than 14 minutes. So you get in the car and it's 14 minutes. Eventually, when it is coming to you live, it will ask you questions. At the end, it will finish the podcast, and then it will ask each member, you say, I've got an 8-year-old, a 12-year-old, and me, and I'm, 40. It will ask each of you questions just to gauge, did you understand what was just taught?
Or is it just on YouTube? Because I think I've only seen people talking about the buffering on YouTube. Wait, anybody else getting lag? Yeah, I think it's just over on YouTube. So if you are dealing with buffering, go over to Twitch really quick. It's over on Twitch too. Fuck, man. Okay, Gigeroni saying it's not happening on Twitch for me. Yeah, Shrimpy saying I'm trying to keep up, but the buffering is taking. Chilling on Twitch. Why are you lying to me? It's saying I'm getting on my end, everything's good. Stream quality is good, 30 FPS. I've chugged a little bit more, but not that much, so I'm hoping it just fucking evens out. All right, we're gonna do this really quick and then keep going.
Have it. You don't understand the real essence of this. It will then rejigger the next podcast. So the next time you're in the car going to and from school, it will adapt to you to be able to go back and teach it more clearly, and it will learn. They'll understand in stories, or they understand just in facts or whatever. It will understand each member, and it will be able to teach them directly in their language, the way they learn. I hope, this is my goal.
Yeah, somebody said, Nathan, I went in and out and it's better. So try to refresh the page. And if that doesn't work, go back out and come back in, like maybe X out and come. Thing between multi-stream and YouTube and Twitch. Amphabet Soup, thank you for following. Alicon and Savikas. Oh, everybody coming over. And Photonics, thank you for following, y'all. Video quality is ass, but no buffering. What the fuck? Should be good.
This is a camera lucida. And throughout the 19th century...
I want to hit up more of this. So we got... Let's go... Yeah, no, they just have slurs right out there. All right, yeah, let's... Oh, man. Putting the Christ back in Christmas lyric video? Is he making... Okay, let's go
Last
week. Okay. Somebody asked, by the way, DD, do you have any advice on getting your dog to swallow medicine? Our sweetheart Keely has heartworms. Oh, poor baby. Been too clever with our attempts to medicate. So... And this is going to sound, rougher than it is. So it kind of depends. How much medication were you given? How much medication is it taking? Like if it is one pill, because I've done this. My dog who is sleeping right now so sweetly. A lady is a medium-sized dog, but she has a pit bull head, which means she has a big old gullet and a big old mouth. So it might be different for a smaller dog, but what I've been able to do, because my dog tried the single pill and now trying a fluid type. So how big is the pill? Are we talking like a fucking horse pill? Or are we talking like it's like a tiny pill? Right? Because I would pull some pill stuff. We got like big horse pill painkillers to give to her, and so that's, and I have a pill. I take zinc supplements and I take fish oil supplements for like workout shit, and those are fucking big. Average pill size. Okay, so what you're gonna want to do? How big is your dog? Like as tall as a dime? Okay, yeah, that's perfectly normal. Hi, Mabs. Many Aussie and Rat Terrier love pill pockets. Cheese and peanut butter didn't work. Oh, thank you, Kira Jen Mystic. I appreciate it. So I've heard good things about pill pockets too. I've never used one. What I would say, the way I do it, and this sounds cruel. It's gonna sound really cruel and fucked up. But because what doctors will say is that, okay, you just like hold their mouth down. I don't like doing that. Typical mutt. Okay, medium. Yeah, so probably about the size of my dog. What doctors will say is that, like, you know, sometimes, not every doctor, every vet's different. If nothing works, just put it in your mouth. Sunday wants to raid me. President Sunday? Can I not? Okay, come on in. Is that a... Go for it. Oh, yeah, there's shit. Wait, no, there we go. Ah. I'm going to refresh chat really quick. There we go. Christian Bethel, hey there. Who would win in a freak off between Glenn Beck and Ben Kleck? Ooh, harsh one. President Sunday is trying to raid. Is that... Do I need to enable that? Do I need to allow that? I have raids turned off. Ah, fuck. Okay, I'm gonna go fix that real quick. See if I can't. I don't know how to do that. Fuck. I didn't realize I had raids turned off on YouTube. So let me go really quick and change that. See if I can't. So I have to nope. Oh yeah, I have to log in. There we go. All right, let me see if I can go. No, not that. See if I can, if it's in settings. All right, channel, permissions, community moderation. Posts. User management, channel guidelines. Okay, never mind. Where does... I don't even know where that shit lives. No, you're good. This is something I didn't even know was a thing. YouTube live redirect, whatever the fuck. Blah, blah, blah. Set up your Premiere before setting up your live stream. Yes, I would like to do that. Google, thank you. Permission from YouTube Studio. Yeah, fuck. Thank you. What? All right, settings, community. There we go. Sorry, we're figuring this out in real time. Okay, channels I subscribe to can redirect to my content from channel settings. Okay. Channels I subscribe to, yes. Okay. So I am going to then go, give me a second. Let's do that. All right, this should be the thing that needs to happen. All right, I just...
Oh, President Sunday.
All right, we just subscribed to President Sunday Prime, or is there a live? Streamed 4 minutes ago. Fuck! Yeah. Okay, now I'm subscribed. Next time. Next time, baby. Okay. Sorry about that. Can you run your advice? Yes, sorry. So the thing I do to Lady is because you get it far enough back in their throat and the swallow reflex kicks in. So I literally, and I get it, this sounds cruel, it sounds fucked up. It is the quickest, easiest way, Lady, and you always follow it up with a treat because it's not pleasant for the dog. But I take the pill, and every time I've had to do it because she sniffs it out. She and my cat, I don't know where they got so fucking. They just take the pill, like basically press it up against my thumb, open her mouth, and you kind of want to hold their mouth open. If you hold it at the hinges, they kind of go. And then you just right in the back of their throat and push it down, and they just go. That's it. That is literally.
What? She said, do I get treat? Do I gotta take a pill? Do I get treat?
Come here. But yeah, that is my advice, which I realize sounds rough, but it works. Gigaroni woof. Yeah, indeed. Any users, let's go back to this. We're trying that recently, and first time she somehow regurgitated it, but we are having more success with the fluid medicine. Good. So the other thing is with fluid medicine, that is a very similar thing where Lady did not like the fluid medicine sucks for dogs. What I did was kind of a similar thing is you just put because it's not an injector, it's like a mini base, and they'll go. But what you're going to want to do is just, again, squirt it all back there. Just don't squirt it up front because then they'll just spit it out. You squirt it in the back so they go, what the fuck? Ooh. And then make that. She did not like that gulping sound.
You do not like the gulping sound.
Oh, that's just Lady. No, fluid is fine for dogs. They just don't probably like the sensation. Like it's not. Like it's not as easy for her as possible, and that usually comes down to like when animals don't take the medication, you can't really sit down and convey like with a little kid or something like, hey, you need this. Like this is gonna make you feel better, because they're just like, no, leave me alone, I feel bad. And so you just got to be like, okay, get it done, get it over with, quick, done. Get them a treat, get them happy again. Be like, okay, who's a good baby? Who's a good baby? Yeah. And then they start wagging their tail and they forget about it because dogs have the fucking memory of a goldfish. Yes, I do. I doesn't enjoy the process. She doesn't seem to be annoyed. Yeah, no, like that's the thing is I think it's important to remember that dogs, especially if it's your dog, like they love you. They see you as just the light of their world. So as long as you like bring it all back around, it's the same thing I do. Like if Lady, I've talked about how if Lady gets scratched by Miss, if she's fucking around with the cat too much. I know. Give me a second. I'm talking about it. I know. Okay. Freaking rat. You're such a butthead. Okay, here you go. Where Lady will, yes, I love you, dog. Where like, because this dog is such a fucking baby. She does not deal with any kind of like pain or physical, like the most minor pain. A cat will poke her with her claws, and she will come literally running to me, ears back, like, oh my goodness. And so, and she gets so like, she almost gets shaky because when the cat like, cause this dog has never known what fucking pain is. Who's a good dog? Who's your baby? And she goes, I am. I'm a good dog. That's that's me. I was like, you got me. Okay, I'm a good dog. And then the animals get over it really quick. You just give them love, give them attention, give them care, and They'll be right as rain. And that goes for medication, too. All right, let's finish this shit and then get to the other stuff.
Was it last week I introduced you to George AI? Now, what George AI is a proprietary that the founders from our collection, it will grow from here, but from our collection, it has the writings, the documents, the journals, the books that were written at the time, the books that they read that they said influenced them, the Federalist Papers, all of this stuff, all in one proprietary AI system. And it can't go out and look for a...
Juno, dear, the same works with me, to be fair. I bet it does. I bet it.
AI is very good at remembering the beginning and the ending, but it's not good at the middle. And so it'll look at the beginning and the ending and like, yeah, and it kind of like went like that. No.
That's not how language learning... What the that's not how it works. It doesn't... What do you mean you need a machine to memorize something? You gave it the data. It has the data. It's not a fucking...
View the words from the founders in their own language, which sounds really mechanical and reads, it's really hard to read. Or it can, dumb it down to my level or your level or your kid's level. And it can speak at our level, but it cannot.
Multi-time New York Times best-selling author, by the way. Multi-time New York Times bestseller list. Glenn Beck. If you've ever thought to yourself, damn, I'll never...
To change their words or their meaning. We police this like crazy, and we are not releasing it wide open to the public until we have lots of beta testing, because we want to make sure we have caught everything, because the last thing we want is anything that is anybody's opinion except for theirs. You'd be able to put in a bill and say, is this constitutional? Where does this violate the founding principles? And it will be talked about today. There was a story about the case that is in front of the Supreme Court right now about having, some sort of expert running, the administration, and the president and Congress can't fire them. Well, I know the answer to this, but I asked George AI, I put the story in, and I said, what did the founders say about things like this?
Again, like we're stripping so much of this is in the... So then does George Washington, because again, that story doesn't take place in a vacuum. Are you also putting in all the information of the current administration, of Trump and everything he's done and all the crimes he's been accused of and found to be guilty of, and all of the corruption, everything around it, and everything that's happened in the last decade, and everything that's happened in the last 25 years, and the current state of the intelligence apparatus and Palantir? Have you put in all the shit? Have you taught George AI about how AI is a massive part of the massive misinformation space that's happening right now? Because all of these are just surface list. Like that. This is so fucking frustrating to listen to. Not necessarily because it's just so fucking stupid, but because at its core, it is dishonest. They are portraying this or putting it forward as though this is a new adventure, that this is a new horizon for technology. And look at how this shiny new tech can be used. But it's a fucking parlor trick. This is equivalent of somebody holding up a Tamagotchi and being like, and this is going to replace real pets one day. This will be just like having an animal of your own. And it's a fucking lie. It's so easy to pick apart. But whether through the fact that they've deluded themselves into believing what they're actually saying, or like I probably more speculate, maybe not Glenn, but at least some people that are willfully ignorant of how inaccurate and disingenuous all of this framing is. You betcha. I can't, honestly. I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait to see what other dumb bullshit comes from this. I can't wait for when George Washington starts saying some dipshit podcast gets him to say racial slurs and call Glenn Beck and Efsler. Like, these are toys. And we've gotten to the point where toys are now what we are substituting for. Remember when I was talking about earlier reading books and the difference between knowing and thinking? Think about this. Great. So I want to move on to, because I don't want to fucking watch the rest of this shit. We saw the thing. We'll see more of it. Let's get down to the Candace Tim shit. And I want to thank everybody. We are going on hour 4 here. This is part of my new kind of streaming schedule that I'm trying to do, where I really want to put in really wonderful. I think we've already got a good stream highlight out of it. I have another stream highlight I need to edit, so tomorrow's going to be a big editing day. I wouldn't be able to do any of this shit without everybody here. Me doing a stream, me trying a stream in the middle of the fucking day and getting hundreds of people to stick around, to engage. It is a big it's a big swing for me, and I wouldn't. This has been a big stream to show just how blessed I am and how supported I have been by y'all. Where, you know, and even other people in the space, like the plushies sent by American McGee, which we opened the stream with, the wonderful Baphomet plushie that Banana Brains, one of my mods, sent me that I love so much. The plushie / hand puppet. Lady wants the Baffy so bad, but you cannot have him. You cannot have him. Wave, Baffy. Hello. And then, of course, you know, the new computer, the new stream setup, the new fucking HD camera hardware, everything. I don't want anybody to think for a second that I am not grateful or that I am not cognizant of the role that everybody's support has played in getting to even do this kind of stuff, right? Because I wouldn't be able to sit here for 5 hours joking about fucking Glenn Beck AI and talking about magic cards and doing all this other shit without everybody. And so, thank you. And I'm going to go, as somebody said, I'm going to hydrate, and I will be right back. And then we'll get started on... Oh, man. We haven't seen... We need to... I think we'll watch the first one, because Tim Pool... All right, I'll go fill my water, because I'm about to go on a tangent. I feel it. I feel it coming. Crochet Whimsy. RSI, thanks. I love watching you and chill, learn, and work at the same time. I am glad. I think, so one of the things I wanted to do, and I don't know if I officially talked about it, but I want to do I was going to do this last week, but I think I'm going to try and make it more of a regular weekly thing. Lady, come on, stop it. Stop. Seriously. Bring me your ball. Where's your ball? Around here some? Oh, that's why. Go to the ball. She said, "You have my ball. You have it." Here you go. There you go, baby. Like if Guy Fieri owned slaves. I don't even remember when I said that. That's so funny. Yeah, this is a real... So, watching this happen, and I think it was between this and the Benny Johnson, Milo Yiannopoulos thing that made me realize so much of the conservative space operates on a continuum. Like, if you had those political alignment charts, and it is unhinged to hinged, and then genuine to conniving, right? Where somebody like Milo is really, really conniving, is in the middle of unhinged to hinge. He'll say some unhinged shit, but ultimately he won't go off the fucking deep end. And then you've got people like Tim Pool, who is probably a little more of a balanced of pretty hinged. Like, he's pretty in touch with reality, but he is incredibly conniving. He knows his place in the attention economy and how best to navigate it for his own material ends, at least until recently. We'll talk about that. And you have somebody like, oh, Guy Fieri owned slaves. Oh, that's funny. That's, yeah, I did say that about Glenn Beck. That's fucking funny. You have somebody like Candace Owens, who is very genuine, and she's in the corner quadrant of the cross section of genuine. She really believes the shit she says, and unhinged. She has been untethered, unfucking bound, right? And so Tim Pool is also going through some rough times. Let's go. How do you even say bankrupt? Here we go. Newsweek's. Tim Pool says he may quit show as costs reach breaking point. He's taken to that Alex Jones grift. He's taken to that fucking, oh, we need your support to buy our supplements, or gotta help pay more money, and we're gonna nice dude. Love that for you. Conservative commentator Tim Pool said he may be forced to record the final episode of Timcast IRL due to spiraling security costs. Oh man. We can't forego security, but we can't sustain it either. Now, if you're wondering, like, what does the beanie-wearing wonder need security for? It's because his way of glomming onto the Charlie Kirk thing is to think that anybody takes him as seriously or treats him with the same gravity as Charlie Kirk. He seems to be living... He's first on the list. Also, yes, he no longer is getting the Russian money checks, I believe. Sure seems like that. Millions of followers. Pool has worked in media since 2011. Pool's remarks come shortly after he claimed in a post that a person opened fire while approaching his property in a vehicle. He said in the post there were no injuries. His team is reviewing the incident. In a separate post, now, there's more. We have a security gate and armed guards. It's possible this deterred something more serious. One thing's clear, the violence will get worse. It's going to escalate. We cannot keep going as status quo. Something has to change. Oh, I'm glad everyone is okay. Where's here we go. What happens? Oh, come on. That's it. Whatever, dude. All right. Let's go here.
Evil scumbag.
Oh, yeah, I gotta. No rubles. No rubles, Queen.
She is a degenerate. She is burning.
Now that is, he said he called her a see you next Tuesday. That was the word they interred that. So I should also, I'm sorry, I'm putting my cart before horses again. I should talk about what Candace Owens has been doing, because so many people have, she's been beefing with the president of France's wife, accusing her for no fucking real reason. Who knows why, of being trans with no fucking proof. And in addition to that, she continues to level just wild conspiracy theories to her millions of followers about people like Tim Pool and even Erica Kirk as being somehow involved to kill Charlie Kirk or something like that. Charlie Kirk's death put her off the fucking deep end. She was already teetering on the edge. She was already, we had talked about last year, we had shown how she's just doing like all this anti-Semitic bullshit and talking about how like she is having the mental midlife crisis breakdown that so many people have when they are unequipped to come across conspiracy content and it comes into their orb anyway, where they are unable to parse how actually... I never learned about this. Why? It's because it's not fucking real, dipshit. It's because somebody could tell you a ham sandwich has the key to immortality, and you go, wow, this is the first time learning about this. It's like, yeah, because you're fucking stupid. You're just fucking dumb, man. Yeah, she thinks Israel is involved. Candace Owens is just a more attractive Alex Jones. Is not as genuine. Alex Jones is a constantly shifting amoeba. I'm sorry. Alex Jones is a constantly shifting political amoeba, right? He will try and fit in wherever he can that will continue letting him have a platform. He's very much like Tim Pool in that way. And he sells the controversy. He sells the sizzle. He sells the idea that things are always, they're always getting worse. And this looks like we're about, the globalists want a full-scale civil war and like all this bullshit. He wholly unqualified to present information, who then acts like every piece of information she receives, relevant, real, doesn't matter, is the big key to the mystery of life that everybody's trying to figure out right now. I genuinely think people could, and probably are, messaging her fake information. I genuinely believe people can do that, and she would report it. I really think that. She is not... The other thing I think that's important to note is that while she has been previously deeply entrenched in the kind of not intelligentsia, it's a big word for fucking conservative media. She's been in the past deeply entrenched in these spaces at the Daily Wire. She's had a very profitable show of her own. She had her own fucking, before the Daily Wire, where Alex Jones still has like a line to Trump. He still has a line to people like Roger Stone. He still has people like Nick Fuentes on. Nick Fuentes will go on anybody's fucking podcast. But Alex Jones still tries to maintain that shred of relevance, still tries to keep, even though he's on the outside, still tries to keep his name in the conversational bucket, right? Candace doesn't really have that. Like, anybody serious hasn't really fucked with her for a while. And I think it's in that isolation that she is starting. Well, it's less that. Milo is a prissy high school mean girl bitch who has nothing really to lose and gets a vicarious thrill from watching other people have their darkest secrets exposed. Which, honestly, whomst among us? Whatever. Look, if Milo wants to fucking leak... like whose dick Benny Johnson was on at, I have no idea. I wish I knew. I don't think it's on my end. I think it's a multi-stream thing, but we're going to watch this really quick.
Everything down, and she's gloating and smiling while she does it. And you know what you told me? She has no security. She doesn't deal with the shit we have to deal with. She's a piece of shit. She's making everyone else suffer, and all of these conservatives out there that send me these messages have no balls to call her out.
Here's the other thing about Candace that you'll notice here. Like Nick Fuentes so well, probably why she's gotten along with people in the past. This is almost like a destiny tactic, like maintaining this air of cool as somebody else is melting down. It gives you an advantage and makes them look dumb, makes them look real dumb. And she knows that Tim is going to see this. Right now, she is thinking about how funny it's going to be when she sits and watches and reacts to Tim Pool calling her a cunt. And she just does nothing. Yeah, the rat controlling. It is funny. Like, this is a lot more animated than Tim usually gets. Really, I will say that.
More and more people have started doing it. They send me these messages. Good for you, Tim. Good for you, Tim. I wasn't the first person to do it. I'm not going to take credit for that. But don't DM me like I did something for you as you cower, scared that Candace Owens is a evil scumbag. She is a degenerate. Am I even supposed to sell this property?
Guys, okay?
She needs about 1,000 less filters. I don't know what filter she's running shit through, but I fucking hate that. Peacefire now, thank you for raiding with a party of 124. Thank you so much. I am Dead Domain. We have talked about all sorts of nightmarish bullshit here today. We're going on almost hour 4.5, and yeah, we're breaking down the beef. But thank you for sounding off in chats. Yeah, like, and I don't know why she's using filters. Like, Candace, like, look, say what you will about Candace. Oh, she's a very pretty lady. Like, I don't. It's just like, I think when you have somebody who is naturally very pretty, and you put a shit ton of filters on it, it just calls attention to the filters. It doesn't accentuate their natural, assets, which is kind of a bummer.
What you are seeing is actually accused me of being someone who benefited from Charlie Kirk's assassination.
She has. Like, that's she. Okay. She's saying, essentially, I didn't benefit. Wow, she has almost 566 million subscribers. What the fuck are we doing here? Does she not do? Does she just do live now? What? Yeah, I guess so. Erica goes off on conspiracy. I think they're talking about me. Okay, so she apparently is saying that, oh, I didn't benefit from Charlie Kirk's assassination. Got 1, 2, 3, 5 days ago. Okay, 6 days ago was the first one. A dark secret, Charlie Kirk, 9 days ago. See you in Valhalla, Charlie, 2 weeks ago. Did Charlie Kirk save my life 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago? It sure does seem. When you're looking at oh, fuck, man. I didn't even look at the view count. Fuck. I'm just thinking of the ad revenue that brings in. If it's monetized, it has to be monetized. If you're making that, whether it's ads, whether it's damn. Belfry Gel, I'm so curious what you mean by that. I literally stayed because you were talking about that. Saw you were of an alternative lifestyle. Wanted to hear your thoughts. So far, nothing original. I am so sorry. I'm not a factory of original thought enough for you. You missed all the fun bits earlier. What? Very curious what you mean by alternative life. Hello, Chum. He's mad because there's a gay person or something, I'm sure. The ears? The ears in room? Okay, so I have cat ears on because people donated money to watch me. Mr. Chuck Grip. Gay people are fine, no issues? Well, thank God. I'm glad we've reached this consensus. And I just have toys behind me. I don't know about alternative lifestyle. He's fine. He's not causing any troubles. No need to fucking. Ooh, excuse me. God damn. Man, we're almost 4.5 hours through this. At least, yeah, I have nothing against furries. My partner's a furry. My partner has a pup hood. $1 billion. Who stood to benefit from Charlie Kirk's assassination? So 2 days ago. This is what she's still on.
At Shane Company, we look at thousands of diamonds to find the ones worthy of your engagement.
At least one
Our
person in
experts
chat.
can't pick only
Now,
the
we
best.
don't know who it might be.
All right, you guys, happy Monday. I am here. And I got to tell you, Charlie Kirk discussing the JFK assassination, that sure is something. If you haven't yet seen this clip that's making the rounds, we have it for you. And it makes it kind of hilarious, even more hilarious, that the very organization that Charlie Kirk built is trying to sell to the public that the very idea of a government-sanctioned assassination is crazy. And on that point, another interesting lead has come in regarding the potential French connection, regarding which I should mention that Kash Patel has been directly asked about their potential involvement in Charlie Kirk's assassination, and his answer, his reply to that.
Well, Jax's storm scale, Double Trouble would be a scaly, not a furry, because Double Trouble's a lizard. Listening to some of it without having a filter on, that she is insane. Listening to some of it without having a filter. I mean, like, I've listened to plenty of Candace Owens. That's what the ears mean? No, I'm just wearing cat ears. I'm just wearing cat ears. It does not mean I'm a
question is stunning. I should say actually it's a non-answer. So welcome back to Candace.
If this is too fast for anybody, let me know, by the way.
What do you guys think Charlie Kirk would have said about his own assassination? Just think about that. What would his perspective have been on everything that we are currently being told, people that are being attacked about it? I think about that actually often, and listening to his perspectives regarding political assassinations of the past, in retrospect, really is something. So one of his, honestly, one of his last events in May of this year, Charlie was directly asked his opinion regarding John F. Kennedy's assassination down in Dallas, and here is what Charlie had to say.
In the JFK files, Mossad is mentioned. One of the reasons why Mossad is mentioned so much is that they're just a very good intelligence operation. It was not mentioned as if they were tied or that they knew about it or that they were involved. Again, I think the best reading of what happened there is who wanted JFK dead the most. Again, a lot of people said Israel wanted JFK dead. I'd love to hear that argument. But definitely Lyndon Baines Johnson and parts of our own government and the Cubans wanted him dead. And who actually made it happen? There were like 15 or 20 things that happened that day that were inexcusable. They changed the parade route. He rode in an open air convertible. LBJ decided not to ride alongside of him. The vehicle slowed down right when it went by the Texas School Book Depository. A lot there, right? And then again, I think that all of us are smarter to believe that it was simply Lee Harvey Oswald. The more important question is not, oh, who did it? We have to first acknowledge it, that more than one person did it. Once we acknowledge that more than one person did it, then we can expose our government to have lied to us about the JFK assassination, which then I think will sober a lot of us about trusting the government in the future.
I mean, yes, all of that. Thank you, Charlie Kirk, for reminding us that you had common sense, that you didn't accept force-fed narratives, that you did not accept the BS crap that our government has sold us regarding the one individual that was involved in JFK's assassination. Of course, multiple people were involved and a lot of strange things occurred on that day. That is what makes his answer there so compelling, okay? Especially in the midst of, well, MK Ultra 2.0. Remember the first government psyop on the people, MK Ultra, what actually came together, sorry, I should say Mockingbird 2.0. The first...
Oh my gosh, I wonder how much she actually knows about MK Ultra. I wonder if she actually understands that MK Ultra was a massive failure of an experiment, which, by the way, did involve intelligence operations, like experimenting on just regular fucking civilians, but it was just giving them LSD and like nothing ever fucking came of it. We did not have psychic super soldiers or anything. The idea, I wonder what she would say though about us like getting ready to invade Venezuela, the CIA's operations in Afghanistan. Because this is one of the things that you get into with conspiracy theorists, where we want to say, like, yes, sure, all those things may be valid. It's really hard to approach conspiracy theories based on the things that happen during a day, because, okay, let's zoom out, zoom back in. Let's apply all of that logic to Charlie Kirk's shooting. All of the specific things that had to line up for somebody and say that the shooter did get away. All the specific things that had to line up for somebody to be shot and then get away, and all of the fucking bumbling of Kash Patel. And you would be, using this kind of framework, you would be tempted, let's say, to say, well, obviously Kash Patel's bumbling was part of the plan to obfuscate and try and like replace the shooter, who is obviously a Mossad agent or whatever the fuck. And there's a billion different directions you could go with it. But the fact of the matter that we know, which we don't know all the facts, and that is probably by design. And yeah, there is some, not MK Ultra, but there is some psychological operations happening, almost certainly, because we're talking about the CIA and they do not value the life of the everyday American person. But at the end of the day, Occam's razor will probably prevail that no, some of these people are just fucking stupid. And that's why some of this shit happens the way it does. Like that is more than anything probably closer to reality. Audio to change their brains.
Hang on a sec. Is the idea that MK Ultra worked or that it was so fucked the government experimented on people? I mean, the massive problem with the U.S. intelligence agency is that there is no good guys. There is no party line. And I wish more people would understand this, especially under Trump, is that, like, I think people so expected this to be, oh, Trump's going to be serious this time. We're going to expose the deep state and all the JFK files and all this stuff's going to be finally unredacted and shared. Everybody's going to know, and, like, we're going to go in and clean out the CIA and all this shit. Meanwhile, Pete Hegseth just said, actually, we're bringing back PsyOps. Yeah, we're changing the name of thing to PsyOps again. And we have AI partners. Mind you, this is the stuff we know about. This is the stuff that they have seen fit to at least lie to our faces about. What kind of shit do you think is being kept secret? On that, sure, I will agree with Candace. The problem is that she takes it to these places that are so easy for conspiracists to hook up, like Israel being involved. Yeah, there are some fucking weird happenings. Would it matter? Is the better question. Would it matter? If, let's say, yeah, Trump said, yeah, we need Charlie Kirk, that guy. We just picked one of them out of a pile, said, yeah, that guy. We need him offed. Because we need somebody to rally behind. Because the last time I almost got shot, I don't want to do that again. That was a whole thing. People kind of caught on to that probably being fake. Oof. So let's actually ice a dude. That guy. Okay, what next? Is that somehow more revealing about the nefariousness of the American intelligence apparatus? Is that somehow information that we thought wasn't possible before? Is that, like, it's not massively enlightening. And I think the problem with cementing and putting so much and writing so much on conspiracy theories like this is that at the end of the day, you are doing it the way Candace is. Not even dance close to. She continues to get on the anti-Semitism train and the anti-Jewish train. And this really, like, the conspiracy she's weaving about Charlie really tie into that a lot. And that's easy for her. That's easy for her to conceive of and how these things tie together, and she's able to find all of these ties, etc., etc. And, of course, let's not forget, for people like Candace, continually coming forth with this controversy brings in a fuck ton of money. I could go buy a house, like, just straight up in this economy. Yeah, JD Vance did it personally so he could get a shot at Mrs. Kirk. Yeah, and look, hey, that's another fucking problem. Like, throw that on the weird pile of conspiracies. How Erica Kirk is just a fucking weirdo. A clearly conniving. Children are they're just waiting for daddy to come home. It's literally the same thing every fucking time. And so we can chalk that up to being weird, or we can chalk that up to, again, probably just the most accurate and closest at hand explanation is just that she didn't actually give a fuck that much. That she is, like so many other people in these spaces, a conniving opportunist who is taking the bag as it's presented to her. If you assume all of these things about who did why and what and how, even in, and here's the fascinating part to me, is that you get to a point where you're talking about these deep cover operations, you're talking about these massive conspiracies that are multi-agency, multinational conspiracies, in which all of these deep cover CIA and Shadow and Mossad operatives are acting in your conspiracy, or because they want to really see the mission, or they didn't agree with this, or instead of the far more likely scenario that everybody has their own agenda, especially around Trump. Everybody has the things that they want, not just for the things they want to achieve in service of, whether it's Project 2025 or, in Kash Patel's case, just the shit he wants to do. Like, when Kash Patel, again, because nobody brought him a tack vest and he wanted to look cool for the cameras, you can say, well, this late response, it allowed people to get away, and obviously that's because he was in on the conspiracy. Or you can just say, Kash Patel is a fucking podcaster who's completely unqualified for the job he has found himself ass backwards in. Right? Like, you have to ascribe a level of conviction along the way to people like Kash Patel, that they would do this, that they would do, like, chalk so much of this up to humans being fickle, fallible creatures. And to me, like, what it comes down to with these conspiracies is, and I bring this back to the Trump thing, is like, ultimately, kind of doesn't matter. Like, because even if, all right, say Trump did or didn't, that doesn't stop the inclusion and execution of myriad psyops probably on the American populace at any given time that we aren't aware of, that we are aware of, that what does it fucking matter? Like, tear the whole thing down. The intelligence apparatus has to fucking go. It is a tool of empire. It has been used for, like, literally nothing but pain and death and suffering. We talked about the Afghanistan proxies that were raised up as child soldiers in Afghanistan that came over here. They were put in Section 8 housing after killing their own countrymen for 10 to 15 years. Their options were, hey, you either come over here and work at a fucking bodega after being a CIA-trained killer, or we basically hand you over to the Taliban. They come over here, they get left on the... It's like, so what CIA missions to spread freedom, to spread democracy, to protect us have actually paid off? This kind of doesn't seem like a lot. Yeah, once a conspiracy requires too much competency between too many people, I'm out. That's the big problem for me. Is like I would rather believe... If you have on one hand, and this is, you know, it's obviously much more complicated than this, but you have on one hand that everybody involved in a conspiracy is hyper competent. Why was this changed? Why was this route changed? Why was this changed? And you can believe then that one of the most publicized and talked about and researched events in human history, the JFK assassination, just happened to be a multi-echelon, multinational conspiracy between tens of thousands of people who would have had working knowledge of it, and just nobody said anything, or the people who were responsible failed in so many ways that allowed these things to happen. And then you come together in a synthesis. And that's kind of where I believe it. The problem is that Candace just wants to go all the way to the other way. Cool ears. Thank you very much. Yeah, no, Kiwi TP. I think that's what it comes down to for me personally, is that, like, and this is where conspiracy theories come from at a basic level, with the explanations for things that we kind of know are true about society, complex, yep, and more mundane than people think. It's like, end of the day, shit is probably just not that exciting. Like, that's kind of the thing, is I always feel that we're and the great unknowable is, I think, it's such an elusive temptation for so many people, because they want to know, like, how many people have spent significant portions of their lives seeking the answers behind, and, you know, fuck a Charlie Kirk, fuck a JFK, I'm a final answer. Not really. So I guess I question the efficacy of spending so long getting so invested in these things, knowing that you yourself are probably not going to be the one to find the answer, and that the answer probably lies somewhere in the middle of the mess. So I guess it's more of a horseshoes and hand grenades thing for me, where, like, I would rather just, like, kind of get the vague gist, and I'm not really gonna come up with a concrete... They're still crashing out and falling out over it. The effects that it's had are still well seen. And we have to live in this moment. We have to live with how those things are developing, I guess. The world is also very stupid. Sorry, I went off on a fucking tear there. It's why I don't do the whole, oh, this person's a Fed. All right, so as a great microcosm of this, verifiably took money from Russian intelligence. Like we knew that. That was a whole big thing that came out last year. So that has absolutely no meaning in our just mess of a conspiracy space that we're in, right? But the funny part about all this is the way that people are now saying, oh, this person's a Fed. Oh, no, this person's actually a Fed. Oh, no, this person's actually a Fed. No, this person's actually a Russian. What happened? Because it's all fucking messy high school bullshit to get one audience turned against the other. And it's just, no, you're all just opportunists. You are crabs all crawling over each other. Like, to varying degrees of, from Nick Fuentes to Tim Pool, is they all just play a different role of extremity. Oh, hello, cat. Oh, hello. Let me say hi. Everybody's gonna get a cat refresh real quick. Cat on stream. Here we go, baby. My dog is hello. Okay, Kevin. Okay, there we go. Ah. She just wants to snuggle. No. There we go. All right, I'm trying to navigate here. Healthy Minmo. Oh, you're showing healthy Minmo. All right, here we go.
Government psyop on the people following JFK's assassination, Mockingbird 1.0, to convince everybody through influence that there was nothing to see here, even though there was so much to see there. And now it's being deployed again, Operation Mockingbird 2.0, to convince people that questions about the Charlie Kirk narrative are just crazy, right? How dare you consider that there may have been employees at Turning Point USA who could be engaged in an obvious cover-up at this moment? Well, Pastor Frank Turek says that's so crazy because that would mean that Charlie Kirk hired people that ultimately betrayed him. And no one's ever been betrayed by people that they trust in the history of the world. Okay, well, actually, maybe that did happen for Jesus Christ. That's just one historical example of a person surrounded by somebody that they trust who would ultimately betray them. And yes,
comparing
JFK,
Charlie Kirk to Jesus Christ is
personally
crazy.
Selected Lyndon Baines Johnson to be his vice president. Lyndon Baines Johnson, who was clearly implicated in JFK's assassination. Charlie rightfully says that is obvious by now. So yeah, it's all very plausible. Oh, and Charlie, you can see, does not readily dismiss the idea that the Mossad may have been involved. He says he'd like to hear more of an argument on that, as he asserts that definitively parts of our government had to have been involved. And he says the Cubans, the commies, wanted him dead. Charlie is encouraging the inquiry further. Who wanted JFK dead the most? Okay, well, we should continue down that path. Who wanted Charlie Kirk dead the most?
So I didn't want to get into a whole fucking thing about Charlie Kirk. Honestly, I'm so done with that. No, fuck off. Get out of here. Frankie Noodle, thank you very much for $9.53. Frankie Noodles 953, thank you very much for $20. Love to hear your take on the leaked Trump and Bill audio. It's up on my channel. P.S. From one NB Plus route to another, you got to get out of that bowl. Bowl? Okay. Come to the ocean. Low Compton is way better than Spoke Compton. I would fucking love to. I would love to. One day I will. I will have to check that out. I have not seen any. I've not seen anything regarding like Trump and Clinton and all that shit that I haven't felt was pretty fucking AI. Hello, dog. All right, so I want to go back to the Tim Pool shit because so that's the type of shit Candace has been on. Has she been smoking Kirk's ashes? Maybe. Oh, I don't want. I'm not fucking. Okay, here we go. We're gonna go Sam Cedar. The Hill. Damn. Candace Owens says military involved in Kirk killing. Streamed 23 hours ago. I love this fucking guy. They just Mike Wazowski'd into the corner of the Tim Pool thumbnail. Like, who the fuck is this jackass? Is that... Wait a minute. Is that Jamie Kennedy? No. It looks... Jesus fucking Christ, it is Jamie Kennedy! I was like, who the fuck is this guy? And I'm like, that's somebody I've met. What the fuck? Oh, man. That's fucking funny.
That's crazy.
武士道それは
Okay, let's. No, I don't want to do that. That is Jamie Kennedy. Jamie Kennedy's had a rough one. Jamie Kennedy's had a rough one. Let's go. Gloves are off. Conservative. Oh, the Hodge twins. Fuck, man. Benny Johnson. Like they're all just. They're all just like it is. It's a fucking den of vipers. Like, look at the way all of the conservatives are covering this. Like, it doesn't surprise me that left is like I'm doing it now. We're like, yo, look at how this is. Although, I think that even this is more respectful. Like, feud goes in the gutter. Tim Pool flips out on Candace Owens. This is just showing pictures of them. But the way that like conservative channels, the gloves are off, using AI pictures of them, war has begun. Like, it's just like it's exploitative. That's all it is. Majority Report video, yeah. No, I met Jamie Kennedy a couple years back and got him to sign my Scream Blu-ray. Yeah, let's go Majority Report.
This is a not safe for work clip. We've been talking about how there's this right-wing crack up. And again, I'm not like following this. It's a civil war. It's like there's like almost like 4 different parties fighting in this war though. I can't.
It's like
honestly,
Yemen.
I can't follow it. I honestly cannot follow the various like sort of intricacies.
I get it. I get it.
Tim Pool had Milo Yiannopoulos on. Milo claimed on that show that Charlie Kirk was gay.
And everybody else.
In response to Candace Owens saying that Charlie...
Where I forgot, I remembered the Milo on Tucker shit. I completely fucking... That Milo was like, yeah, no, Charlie Kirk is actually gay too. Fuck off, dude.
Looking to get a divorce, I guess somehow implying that Erica Kirk was in some way happy that Charlie was taken out of the picture. Then Yana...
Reminds me of something Bailey J said about... That's really interesting. I've always tried to avoid in my videos like doing the clickbait, this person destroys this thing, which is a really fucking hard line to walk because you still need, like, not want... At my level in YouTube, you need thumbnails and titles to be attention grabbing and somewhat controversial, but being like, wow, yeah, because it's what. Who does that help? Who does that serve? Who does that educate? Yeah, because those titles do work, but I've never thought about it. I guess. Like, that absolutely makes sense because I've never tried to, like, go after this the leftist, conservative, destroyed, and fucking beaten out, like, all that shit. It is pornographic. Like, it is libidinal. It is, like, yeah, that's a fascinating... I'll do it right now. I just extrapolated a whole bunch, but yeah. I thought Charlie had a sub to a trans OnlyFans account. So that's the other thing. I think, like, I do not care about that shit outside of the potential for somebody who advocates publicly against things to be a fucking hypocrite in private, right? That has been the big part of the Destiny piece that I've been working on and writing on Destiny. Manipulating people, sharing revenge porn, saying the N-word, and then will constantly like, well, you know, this is actually just in my private life and like all that shit. And for the most part, I don't really care unless somebody hurts somebody. I don't really care, which Destiny has, what somebody does outside of how it applies to them being a hypocrite and what that reveals about their character. So the other problem is that Charlie Kirk is still a very hot button issue of lying to get attention and clout, to get it shared around. Like I saw that same thing go around. I didn't share it. I didn't really look into it because at the end of the day, there are probably a bunch of other people who have tried that exact same thing and it didn't take off, and it's ultimately probably fake. Like, if there is a reason why you didn't see it cross an actual headline
of journalistic repute, of investigatory perspective. And I think a big problem, and this ties into conspiracies and stuff, I think a big problem with the modern internet is left or right, people want their fucking confirmation bias. It's the thing that pisses me off so much about even stuff that I say. Like, if I fucked up on stuff in the past, which I have, and I will again, I don't mean to, I don't want to, but you try and grow, and you try and be a better person, and you try and apply the things that you've learned. The problem is that everybody wants you to be a perfect mirror of their beliefs. I don't know what everybody believes. You know, fucking whatever other, a Zionist most recently. Other dumb shit I don't believe in because they misconstrued something I said, but are fully willing to write me off because they thought I was cool. What that reveals to me is that they didn't actually think I was cool. They thought I just was going to tell them everything they already believed back at them. But the problem with influencers is, yeah, there are other influencers out there for that shit. I'm not a fucking Saturday morning cartoon. I'm not going to feed you the things you already believe. Over time, shift my position, shift what I believe about things. Because I'm a person. And the big problem right now is that everybody wants to be right, and this goes all the way fucking back to what we were talking about with AI. Everybody wants the knowing, nobody wants the fucking thinking. Everybody wants to feel the smug, probably unearned superiority for their moral conviction and that they're the right one and nobody else has the exact right answer. But guess what? Like we were talking about with conspiracies and shit, you probably don't. Probably not. You know? Yeah, Queen of Swords, as long as you're emotionally invested in the content you're compromised. Yeah. No, I think you're still having buffering issues. Wood. Juno, you didn't post wood. Hey Juno, why are you posting wood in my chat? Oh really, Alice? Thank you for following.
And George Santos was like, "Wait, aren't you afraid of getting sued?" And Yiannopoulos was like, "I don't get sued because I've got the facts." And then Benny Johnson on Twitter said, "I have to protect my family." And then Milo Yiannopoulos went into
and said, "I look forward to discovery." And now things have gotten kind of quiet on Benny's end.
Benny's quiet down, but apparently somebody took a shot, according to Tim Pool, at his compound.
How are people accusing me of being a tanky? I mean, like anytime you're always going to have this contingent of people who will take any position that you give, which is such a point where, like, once you cross 100,000 people seeing a video of yours, it becomes clear of like, oh, you can't reach everybody. You can't please everybody. You have to decide how much you want to engage with somebody and try to judge how people criticizing you, how many of them are engaging in actual good faith. And the answer is so fucking few. Because more often than not, when you try and justify, defend, explain, or even just connect and talk with another person, why don't you tell me what I did wrong? Like, let's actually talk this out. They would say, oh, you're just doing this because you this, and now you're doing this now that you're called out. And it's like, dog, there is no fucking right answer. There is no right answer, because a lot of people, this goes back to the fucking ConjurePoints, the infamous ConjurePoints quote about people don't want power, they want to critique power, right? And at the end of the day, I think a lot of people just want to sit back and feel that they are, this is create change. They don't actually want to spur on, feel a smug sense of complacency. That's what it is. They want the ideological disguise of being for change, of being a revolutionary, of being, whatever, comfortable, sitting smugly, critiquing everybody else while they ultimately kind of don't actually do much, right? And I think a lot of that vitriol and that cycle that they get caught in is because they understand most left, that there's nobody else, that everybody, yeah. Hell yeah, Juno dear, got some cold pizza. Sorry. Are you? I can't tell if I can't tell if it was directed at me or not, but I'll just answer it. So when do you decide? Presumably, you are the decider of truth. I don't. There is no like here's the real problem, and this is where like the whole process of dialectics come from, and you can get into shit with Nietzsche and philosophy. What does truth mean? Okay, well, this thing you can observe to be true, sure, but from a certain perspective. What Glenn Beck was saying about having his fucking George Washington robot talk about morality, right? Oh, America is a country without morals, and we've lost our moral compass and all that stuff. Okay, well, what is morality? Where do we get morality? Because people had systems of right and wrong without the Christian God. We had laws in ancient Babylon. You had the Code of Hammurabi. Like, we have evidence that we figured out a lot of these problems without what a lot of people say, okay, this is the guiding, like, Western Judeo-Christian civilization. We built the Western world and all that shit. And it's all that they came up with rules of conduct, with socially accepted norms, right? So then what determines those systems of morality? Like, and that gets into a massive, this is like what Beyond Good and Evil is all about. And I say that to say that everybody is arguing from their own sense of morality, whether that was given to them, whether that they discover it for themselves, whether they try justice, right and wrong. And especially in the world we're in today, everybody's arguing from their own definition of what is or isn't true. And here's where you get into a big problem with the Society of the Spectacle and the Simulacrum, and you get into all that shit with Guy Debord and fucking Adorno and Horkheimer and Baudrillard. And I wrote a whole video essay about it. You should go check it out. It's called Your Nostalgia is Not Your Own. If you haven't checked it out, I highly recommend it to everybody. Where you get into this idea of, okay, so you can go outside and say, oh, it's cloudy today. Yeah, that's true. Killed. And you have people who believe that. And it's not just that they believe that, but then they treat that as not an innocuous thing. It's not like, oh yeah, I think the moon landing was fake, and it's a fun bit of trivia that pop out at a party, and you're maybe a little bit silly and maybe a little bit stupid for believing it, but whatever. Ultimately, it doesn't affect many people around you. No, what you have is people who genuinely hold stock and invest in these ideas and these beliefs and share it amongst themselves, and then iterate on these things that are in some ways tethered to reality, but are mostly detached from the reality that is provable and seeable in front of us, because we have no idea about the inner machinations of all these things. That's why I kind of think it's better to a lot of times just sit back and watch it all go by when it comes to these incredibly nuanced discussions. That's not to say you shouldn't have an opinion on this stuff. That's kind of a different matter. But getting personally invested in things like conspiracy leads a lot of people to this place where they then form their own reality, essentially. What they see as real around them, despite it not being real. And you can see this, like, this was a massive phenomenon with QAnon, where we had, right? Oxpecker, thank you very much for 100 biddies. People get a lot more worked up over infighting because it's a piece of political discourse that the algorithm doesn't know how to hide from users. Yeah, I would say that. Yeah, empiricism is dead. For now, at least. And I think the problem is that as much as people want to talk about being an empiricist, or, as much as I'm sure Elon Musk, if you asked him, like, are you an empiricist? Like that one fucking, oh my God, that fucking creator video that's going around. I want to, where, people say, oh, yeah, yes, I am an empiricist. Of course, I believe in the evidence and all this stuff. And then you see him grifting with like, well, I believe in a creator. And somebody asks him, like, so you believe in God? He's like, well, he makes that fucking stupid frog face he makes with, I believe in, that yes, God, yeah, it came into the world. And yeah, and it's just like, no, he doesn't. He doesn't believe in any of that shit. What does he believe? Whatever probably is going to make him more money. I don't know. I think it's why it's such folly to try and assign outside of their most basic urges or proclivities. I think it's kind of folly to assign any substantive beliefs to people. It's one of the reasons why I haven't wanted to do a real Nick Fuentes deep dive, is because like Nick Fuentes is kind of the perfect example of this. Is like, he means whatever he wants himself to mean in whatever given circumstance, and he can always couch what he's saying and double back and be like, well, no, actually I meant this. It's like it's just a fucking cycle, right? And he means something in a certain way to somebody else. What he says when he says some shit like to Groypers, for example. Let's compare the way Nick Fuentes and what he says comes through. To a Groyper, when he talks about how women suck, the Groypers are going, oh yeah, hell yeah, this guy's fucking awesome. He knows what's up. When somebody who studies extremism, like if I were to go talk to Amanda Moore, somebody who has spent a lot of time in these circles, undercover, infiltrating, talking about how these people are not genuine actors, when she sees somebody like Nick Fuentes talking, what she's probably going to say is that, like, yeah, it's just what he fucking does. Like, he doesn't actually believe that shit. Because she has been, in a way, I feel inoculated against that bullshit. And then you have somebody like Piers Morgan, right, who is going credulously, well, you really believe that? You really think Hitler is cool? And he goes, yeah, and I'm tired of pretending he's not. And so, what's true? What does he actually believe? How serious is he? And I think the thing, again, that you want to look at is, what does it matter? Like, ultimately, what does it achieve to get to the bottom of if he is genuinely acting in his real self-interest or if he's lying? Because at the end of the day, the effect is still the same, and we still have to deal with the effect. Like, so much time is spent on getting to the bottom of all this fractured bullshit and not the effect that it's having around us. Anyway. Yeah, it doesn't matter how serious he is or how unserious he is. What you look at instead is the pattern of his behavior. You look at instead where you can draw a line for how untrustworthy he is, for his lack of character, which again is something that's subjective to different people, because Groypers are going to say, well, he has to say that stuff, and he has to double back because that way he spreads the message to more people, because they're down with that. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Like, it doesn't matter if Trump had Charlie Kirk shot. We still have to deal with the effects and the fallout. It is in a world where all things are equally likely to have had, possibly, maybe happened, we know what actually did happen. Like, that's the event. It's fun to sit there and go like, well, what if I did this? Or what if I didn't do this? But that's like the basis of free will, is the idea of the inevitability of, okay, you've already done this, so now we have to deal with the fallout. Now we have to deal with everything that is happening. You don't get to be like, yes, well, what if something else happened? It was like, but that didn't. You know? The Queen of Swords. In the 90s, all the libs believed fascists killed Kennedy. Now the conservatives believe there's some Kennedy gene that means they're important, or so the CIA killed. Yeah. Like that's one of the other fascinating things that have changed over time is on a similar tip, the 9/11 conspiracies have for so long been the domain of like conservative crackpots. You know, Alex Jones, perfect example. Alex Jones had he would made documentaries about 9/11 and how, you know, whatever. And when jet fuel came out, still beams and all that bullshit. And now I know leftists and people on the left who will argue for like, well, it's actually kind of, you know, weird how Israel did this leading up to 9/11, and how did this person not know to be there? And it's like, I don't know, Todd McFarlane fucking missed a flight and ended up making 1,000 more seasons of Family Guy. The world is sometimes just stupid. Yeah, no, he didn't say this. He just said it like it was a joke and a bunch of people took it seriously. It wasn't his fault, yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, Queen of Swords 7230. I was so into conspiracies and pulled the 9/11 one apart and realized the conspiracy theory community is the most compromised psyop. Seth. Yes, Seth MacFarlane. Why did I say Todd McFarlane? Oh, man. Todd McFarlane's Family Guy would eat, though. That's so fucking funny. That would be... Okay, that would actually kind of be cool. Todd McFarlane's Family Guy is fucking great. No, yeah, like I think of, and that's another thing, is when you take a step back and look at who's actually profiting from just spreading conspiracies and what do they have to gain from it. Look at Alex Jones, and Alex Jones will tell you, because Alex Jones' dad had some kind of intelligence apparatus connection, and so, by the way, did Tucker and Tucker Carlson, and then they'll be the ones feeding people conspiracies. They'll be the ones saying, yeah, we got all the documents, folks, and of course this is all the Podesta files and all this other bullshit. And nobody stops to think of like, wait, hold up a minute. You mean y'all have deep-seated family ties to the intelligence community by your own understanding, and you're telling us about the things that the intelligence community doesn't want us to know. And nobody stops to think like, oh, maybe they're just fucking full of bullshit. Everybody's like, well, no, actually, this Alex Jones guy, he really knows what he's talking about because he has the documents. And it's like, he didn't show you the documents. He just said he had the documents. Like, that's a tangent. That's another tangent. All right, let's finish this up.
He's very sensitive about the compound.
It sounds, though, like... he has an idea of why they think they did it. It was because it had to do with all of this right-wing turmoil and about him, either like platforming people who are disagreeing with Candace Owens or disagreeing with Candace Owens or what. And then last night,
Rob Liefeld, American Dad,
would also kind of
eat.
Or yesterday, Tim Pool just lost it.
This Black Friday gift cleans your retainer at the touch of a button. No more brushing or tablets. Over 4 years ago.
Candace Owens is a fucking evil scumbag. She is a degenerate. She is burning everything down, and she's gloating and smiling while she does it. And you know what you told me? She has no security. She doesn't fucking deal with the shit we have to deal with. She's a piece of shit. She's making everyone else suffer.
I love it's so. I don't watch a lot of Majority Report. I don't watch a lot of other people's content. I'm sorry. I watch my friends' stuff, and that's kind of it. And that's also only when I actually get to it. Like Jesse. Which is funny because I was at one of my comic book shops, and a friend of mine was like, oh, have you seen Jesse's new video? You're in it. And I'm like, oh, right. I recorded lines for that because Jesse actually has like a production pipeline, is like a professional. I am not. I just do it whenever I can. And so I watch Kay, and I watch Hoots, and I watch Jesse, and I watch like the people I consider to be my friends in this space. I'll always watch, Fundy Fridays and like their new videos. So I'm like, oh my gosh, I love these guys. And for that reason, I don't watch a lot of like, because I'm already in the news space. I don't need to watch other people react to news because I'm probably gonna end up doing it on stream anyway. But it is fun watching. It's always fun watching Sam Cedar and co react because it does immediately feel like, yeah, I'm just hanging out with friends. This is fucking funny because we're all watching this from the same vantage point of people who understand and have kept up with Tim Pool and know about his antics and can't take his little fucking Beanie Boy slamming on the table seriously. Any tips on editing the video my friend and I recorded? Make sure audio comes through okay. Make sure the audio is as crisp as you can get it. Toy around with every kind of audio setting imaginable. Find one that works for you. Make sure it's not too tinny, not too
The room noise isn't too expansive because that shit will make somebody turn it off immediately. And also, if you have to cut any like dialogue or something, cut over it with a visual. That way it's less jarring when you skip stuff, because visually you can see the skip even if it's not perceptible auditorily. Audio is still the fucking hardest shit for me to get down. Still.
And all of these fucking conservatives out there that send me these fucking messages have no fucking balls to call her out. More and more people have started doing it. They send me these messages. Good for you, Tim. Good for you, Tim. I wasn't the first person to do it. I'm not gonna take credit for that. But don't fucking DM me like I did something for you as you cower, fucking cower, scared that she'll put you on her thumbnail and claim you benefited from Charlie Kirk's assassination, which she's doing to me right fucking now.
Yeah, that was the...
I'm fucking done with these people.
She has
security. Oh, hell yeah. Oh. What the fuck? Motoko of Dreams? I helped write a health song on the new album? What the fuck? You know, I could probably hook you up with Damage if you wanted. I don't know if you watched the interview. By the way, if y'all haven't watched the interview I did with Damage, there will be more interviews coming. Let me know. Go to the comments of that, and I want to see people suggest more people for me to interview. Because Damage is a really cool trans rapper. We had a great conversation. We just talked about like queer art and creativity and what it's like being, you know, 'cause she's been targeted by libs of TikTok and like inciting violence in the wake of Charlie Kirk. And we talked a little bit about Vivian Wilson. If you haven't watched that yet, go watch it. And let me know in the comments who else you want me to interview, because I really do want to interview more people and try and showcase and highlight in a more positive way, have these conversations that are not just, that are going to be distinct from the What the Fuck Now interviews I did, in that it's more about their personal projects, how everybody else is functioning and getting through this time, and highlighting just cool art and being able to push that kind of stuff towards people. Motoko of Dreams, yeah, if you want to email me, because if you are a sound engineer or anything, or if you have like a reel or anything, I bet fucking I bet Aries would be down to hear you out. Damage, sorry. Well, no, I actually went through a whole health phase earlier this year. Like they have 2 songs in my top 10 most listened to. So that's really fucking exciting for me. I was bumping health all the way through my trip to Washington, D.C. in the cold. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the one fat guy you mentioned with no wall and no barrier in a suburban neighborhood with neighbors. Shouldn't give 2 no one's out for her. She's lying about all of this. You told me you went to her house and she's got a 4-foot wall and 1 fat guy, and she doesn't give a about her security. Meanwhile, I get bullets fired at my property and I have to go live in the middle of nowhere. And I got strangers coming up to my house in Maryland, breaking in. I got people showing up and beating up the residents who try to live there. How the am I even supposed to sell this property? It's all lies. It's all hypocrisy, and it is for the purpose of making money.
Having the studio of Sam Cedar there, just like it's basically acting as a laugh track. It's pretty fucking funny. That's pretty good for me, actually. That's pretty fucking funny for me. Oh, I love that.
And she does not live the way other people live. And she claims she liked Charlie, she loved Charlie, and she is burning everything down that he built because she is evil. She is evil. And I'll say it again, this conservative movement is fractured, it's fried, whatever it is. Okay? Republicans are on track to lose the midterms. They were actually trending the other direction until Charlie Kirk was murdered. Yeah. And this is the point.
Okay, pause it. No, you see, this is where what interests me about this clip. It is simply not the case that Charlie Kirk's assassination hurt the Republican project. The Republicans were trending out. The big thing was the shutdown. I mean, you already saw a difference in the generic ballot where Democrats were...
Yeah, it has very little to do. And by the way, the narrative at the time, like, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Because the narrative at the time was like, you just created 1 million more Charlie Kirks. You just like, does everybody remember? Do we just have, did fucking reading comprehension drop suddenly while I was away? Like, do we have collective amnesia over the furor conservatives whipped themselves up into? Yeah, the you woke the beast bullshit.
Like, no, the thing that has made conservatism and the Republican project, as Sam put it, so uncool and unpopular has been their fucking policies and the effects that it's having on the American economy. Like, the shit that people are seeing and feeling in their day-to-day lives is what's doing this. And they thought, at the time, every single one of these opportunistic little motherfuckers thought, oh yeah, Charlie, we got it in the bag. They can't fucking deny us now. Like, we're going to get... And then that didn't happen. That didn't translate to votes. And now, and I need people to understand this, Charlie Kirk is a fucking joke. Their next fucking martyr, the way that they were going and being like, oh my gosh, this is a turning point. This is going to change everything. The lasting impact of the, like, most brutal public assassination of an American political figure in recent memory. The lasting impact is a shitty AI meme song. That's what it is. Like, the idea that it was some rallying cry, that it was some lightning rod, is just on its face fucking laughable. Man. Oh yeah, they went through the Kirk thing real quick. And I also want to say, I don't like necessarily, I do it sometimes. I like it a little bit. But I don't like necessarily being the I told you so. But man, I have been consistent since day one that every single one of these conniving little weasels is going to be ransacking the corpse of Charlie Kirk for relevancy as long as they can. And they will pick the bones until there is nothing left. And I mean, just look at fucking Candace Owens' channel. Look at the way Erica Kirk is still, like, Barry Weiss is hosting a fucking, like, town hall for her. That's what it's always been about. Like, that's what they're used to. Yeah, no, that's Johnny Viral. That's a really great way to put it. The rallying cry was never going to work for them. Their whole ass ideology is where's mine, fuck you. Yeah. Yeah. You've awoken a dragon, a very bad dragon. Careful, don't say bad dragon around Juno. Frankie Noodles 953, thank you for $5. Full disclosure, it's an art piece. The slurp track took 6 takes and 3 popsicles. I kind of love that. Hello.
Bad dragon? Where?
Trending better.
Red dragon.
But through the shutdown, it has progressed. And as Trump's policies progress, you can look at it in the disapproval numbers for specific issues. As that has grown, you have seen Republican chances in the midterms drop. And, you know, this is part of it. It's like, you know, okay, there's all this drama. That's all well and good.
The property value of the compound, yes.
Yes, all these things. But I don't care about the drama here. The problem is that, like, even this casual misstatement of fact about the Republicans' opportunities in the midterm is indicative of this entire world that they have built. Like, I honestly cannot quite follow what is going on here. Here's Mike Cernovich complaining Republicans in Congress have decided to toss the midterms. They want to lose their House and Senate majorities. Then Trump can be impeached again. This will create baggage for J.D. Vance and allow the chicken hawk warmonger establishment to take power back and do amnesty. And then Benny Johnson says this is exactly what's happened. A coordinated attempt to rip the MAGA base from the inside. Okay, this is relevant because, look, apparently, Tim Pool thinks that he is being attacked, like literally, because he is pushing back on Candace Owens. He is saying that he's getting texts from other conservative talkers that they're afraid to take on Candace Owens. Meanwhile, you see Benny Johnson and Mike Cernovich spinning this new conspiracy theory. My point being is that all...
oh man, Cernovich is so funny. I think the funniest thing... Sorry, everybody can hear Lady sucking on her ball, basically. I think it's so funny the way there is this fucking, like... It reminds me... You know what it reminds me of? You know what's happening right now? This is conservative Mortal Kombat Armageddon. Mortal Kombat Armageddon, for those who don't remember, for the old PS2 heads in the crowd, was the big culmination of NetherRealm's 3D era, where the whole thing, it was fucking, oh god damn it. You know what is a better, it's a better Smash Bros. Ultimate. Everybody's here.
That was the fuck. Damn. I'm not hip with the youth anymore. But that's what's really happening here. You get to look. You're looking at the box of every conservative controversy now, and you're just looking for your favorite character. You're just looking for, oh shit, Sephiroth is here? Mike Cernovich is here? Guerrilla Mindset? Fuck, man. It's just, it's theater. It's performance. It always has been. And I think the problem is they've treated this as an unreality for so long that when the walls are coming down around them, when the Piper is coming to get his due and all that shit, it's the reaping and sowing, you know? Reaping? Hell yeah. Sowing? What the fuck?
These conspiracies that they live in.
Yep.
All of this
Conservatives
sort of like
mega mix for the Sega Saturn. Well, and the thing is that you have to play the Sega Saturn version because the PlayStation 1 version has missing sprite frames, so it just doesn't play the same. Also, you can't have two characters on a team at once. So the Sega Saturn version is actually the most arcade accurate version of Conservatives mega mix, but real heads no. Real heads no.
January 6th was just a tour, and then it was just Patriots, and then it was just Boomers, and it was just whatever. All of this, like, we're going to have a civil war. They're saying this like a year ago.
Trump might win 49 out of 50 states in 2020.
And that at least is like just a bad prediction.
Conservative guys is so fucking funny. Conservative guys is fucking hysterical to me. Oh, man. That's great for me. Good job. Fucking 10 points for somebody making a guys Hail to the Ring reference in 2025. Blessings upon you.
I'm just talking about all of this entire, you know, like, we're going to bring InfoWars guys onto the show.
The alternate reality they live in. Yeah.
Like, they invented this genre. You know what I mean? Like, going back to the John Birch Society.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah.
And it's certainly, like, you can find pockets of it across all ideologies. But the entire conservative, as he says, movement, their infotainment complex has trafficked in so many different conspiracy theories that there's literally like a war between conspiracy theories that are going on. Like, I can barely follow it. And then the one shred of like relevant.
It's so weird that I feel like listening to Sam, and I don't want to, like, you know, say that I'm as smart or as well versed as he is, because I think he's a few leagues more established than me, certainly. But it's so weird listening to Sam because it almost sounds like listening to myself and the like type shit I would say and the type of analysis I would give. Like, I feel like this is some of the stuff that I've been saying for the last couple hours.
Material. It's completely wrong. Right. I mean, like, just, you can look at the numbers. And you can see this. And so they have built an entire house of sand.
Yes, and it's also in a way that tries to absolve Trump and appeases the cult of personality that has populated their audience. You notice that even Tucker Carlson won't take really direct shots at Trump. It's always some sort of subversion or the...
I think that's the Xbox fighter, right? That's the... I think infamously Andy McNamara from Game Informer beat that mode by slamming a controller against his ass. If I'm remembering the right one. Kakuto Chojin was the Xbox like fighting game that was all like kabuki theater. Am I remembering that right?
Look at an underling like Kash Patel or Pam Bondi. It's always someone that is hurting him internally, or there's a conspiracy internally within the party that's going to hurt their chances. And so it's exactly what you're saying, but it's also immensely cowardly and there to satiate the base that they have cultivated.
Balkisa, what if you're watching a debate, then you hear a bell tone, and Charlie Kirk rises from a coffin like The Undertaker? Just fucking picturing Charlie Kirk with wide-ass Undertaker eyes, like... Oh, that's so fucking good. Oh, my God. Oh, that's so... To the Charlie Kirk song. Like he'll come out of the fucking mist in the middle of the stage. We carry the flame. That's so good. That's so good. Fucking a dozen cookies to whoever said that. Balkisa.
Because they are all a part of the cult as well.
And you talk about, Tucker Carlson. People forget this. When he left Fox, He rebuilt his audience by talking about how he was attacked by a demon in the middle of the night who and woke up the next morning with scratches all over him because this devil figure that is like akin to like what was it, like Saul and I just watched, oh yeah, no, Stranger Things, like one of those like what are those called, Gordon I can't remember. I don't, yeah, it's a kid show, but I mean, this is their entire you know, like you just Cernovich right here, just talking
Can you
about,
put that back up, please? I want to see the Cernovich thing. Yeah,
it's all just about coming up with crazy ass conspiracy theories that provide sort of like pre-digested answers, ones where you need to know nothing, where it's all just like these fictional stories. And now it is eating itself. It is like watching the snake eat its own tail.
Yeah, and it's so disconnected from reality or anything material that they can't even address what's happening with the policies or the fact that the Republicans are presiding over one of the biggest transfers of wealth in one bill with the one big ass ugly ass bill that's about to hit. The fact that they're kicking tens of millions of people off of their health care, whether it be the ACA subsidies expiring, allowing that to happen, or whether it be the gutting of Medicaid, and hurting Medicare as well. They can't even address the substance of it because they're living in a parallel universe. It's like what Naomi Klein spoke about with Mirror World, where they are in their own ecosystem.
If we had a Democratic president, a Democratic Senate, and a Democratic House, this show would be every day the driest MFR show that you can imagine, where we would be talking about different.
That was 2021.
This show has been that for probably a decade, you know, at various times. But when they get power, they can't do anything because there's no policies behind it. Like, their agenda has nothing to do with making the country better in a way that provides any type of material support for the greatest number of people.
And that, by the way, what he's saying there, he's talking about conservatives, but that's also the problem that we've come into with Democrats, where ultimately they serve capital, not the people, and that's the massive problem where I was talking about earlier, how capital doesn't really have an endpoint.
All becomes a culture war that you can only talk about so much. You can only talk about the lies about, like, you know, trans people ruining women's sports and taking over and changing it and gender stuff. You can only talk about this so much until people go like, we get it already. And then they have to just start like spinning these conspiracy theories, weather machines. And that's the way, like, it's the way the Marjorie Taylor Greene made her name for herself and became the biggest fundraiser there. And then ultimately it just ate her too, because
listening to Sam Cedar just turns me into Asmongold. Like, I just realized that. I'm just sitting here like, yeah, that's true. Actually, guys, that's true. Yeah, that's actually true. Like, it just turns me into Asmon. I feel myself like the mold coming for me.
InfoWars, and then it just keeps spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning until they decide to get off, like Milo Yiannopoulos on some level.
And that's why they're mad at Candace Owens. And just to bring it back to, wow, he really dropped the hard C word with the T at the end, which is in the UK, maybe that's all right to say, but that's pretty harsh words for a woman, and I know that he enjoyed that. But that's why they are upset about Candace Owens, and he's saying like, oh, she doesn't have a stake in this or whatever. She just has one fat guy. She's not really worried about her safety. Whatever. The fact that she's being critical of both the Republican Party, I mean, with her anti-Jewish hatred that also sometimes like sounds like anti-Zionism, but also her critiques of the rest of the media ecosystem, it's bothering them deeply because it's like, aren't we supposed to be all on the same team? But with the Republican administration being this unpopular, someone's going to break off, and she did.
And that's been also the same thing with Nick Fuentes. That's why they kind of occupy a similar space right now, is because so many people are going like, well, yeah, but they're telling the truth. They're the ones speaking out against Trump and shit. It's like, yeah, cool. They're making basic observations about reality, that these disastrous economic fucking policies are terrible for everybody, and that the culture war isn't actually producing any tangible dubs. Like, wow, what fucking political insight these titans have. Let's go to, what was the last thing? Benny Johnson. Benny and the Jet.
KO in front of President Trump. That's got to be like top one.
Whatever, dude. Benny on the block. You're telling me this man wants to still pretend he's not. Okay, whatever, bro. 16 minutes. Christ, man. Gigantic glowing unexplained demon portal found, 198k views. When he's spending 12 minutes, I would fucking yeah, and now we go live to the most closeted man in the world.
The idea of stooping to this level of slop. Jester294, it's not a demon portal. It's a fucking advertisement for a game that's going to be unveiled tomorrow. Probably a new Divinity game. And everybody has always known it would. Like, here's the really stupid thing. Everybody has always known, first and foremost, it's a marketing stunt. Yet that doesn't stop him from milking 13 minutes worth and 200,000 views. Man. I think you should be able to sue for this kind of bullshit. Like putting people on the cover and saying, arrested for plot to publicly hang DHS leader. What the fuck did she have to do with any of that? Did he not? Has he not talked publicly about the shit happening? I don't think he has. I don't think he's talked about Milo. All right, let's go. I want to see Benny Johnson Twitter. 38 years, sure, buddy. All right. Benny Johnson suggests he's duty-bound to sue Milo for claiming he slept with parenthetical boys. British provocateur claimed Johnson's family man image is bogus, and that's an open secret he slept with boys at political conferences. Kate Johnson posted a few hours earlier that Yiannopoulos needs prayer and a good attorney. That's funny. Johnson being a not-so-stealth gay man. Also, the idea of Milo Yiannopoulos is somebody who still maintains that he's straight, calling other people not-so-subtly gay men. That's pretty funny. That's pretty good. Azure Aegis VT, thank you for following. And T, thank you for subscribing. I guess I recently freed George Santos. Oh my God. Benny Johnson, Tim Pool's podcast, quote, Benny Johnson posts pictures of his children every 2 days. It's weird. And everybody knows what went on with Benny in those lobbies and in those hotel rooms at SAS. Returning to Turning Point USA's annual Student Action Summit. Everybody knows. His guest on the episode, recently freed ex-Congressman George Santos, said he did not know.
One of the most distinctive things about the right wing in this country is its homosexual overtones. Benny Johnson posts pictures of his children every 2 days. It's weird. And everybody knows what went on with Benny Johnson in those lobbies and in those hotel rooms at SAS. Everybody knows.
I don't. No. I don't know what you're talking about.
Men. Younger men, not underage. At least I don't know that. His wife was crying drunk in the lobby.
He didn't even lose. I can't say that on Twitch, I guess. I can't say the F slur, can I? He didn't lose the accent. He didn't lose the accent. I'll just say the accent. I don't need to say it. I can't say the F slur. I should be able to. It's not fair that I can't. I didn't do anything. But he still has it. He still has the accent, which is so funny to me.
3 sasses in a row about how her husband was upstairs with boys.
Come on.
Go ask her.
Come on.
Go ask her.
Come on, Milo.
Go ask her.
Milo, aren't you ever scared of getting sued? You say something crazy. I'm sitting here like I am humbled by the lore.
Let me tell you.
Oh, I bet you say the F slur all the time, Slappy. How are y'all doing tonight? All right, here we go. And more about defamation than any lawyer you will hire. Benny is a public figure. Malice is a non-starter ever seats, and the truth is a total defense against any claim of defamation. That's funny. That's fucking funny. That's fucking funny.
Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend makes desperate plea to Trump amid raging MAGA divorce. Oh, okay. I thought they were getting divorced, but no. All right. I want to see Bendy Johnson as August 2025. Sadder when Yiannopoulos, who's made a name as an openly gay far-right bigot, accused multiple conservative influencers like Johnson and Charlie Kirk of being closeted gay men, who is also gay. Blah, blah, blah. We just saw that. Other far-righters, mostly Islamophobes and Zionists, were at pundit Tucker Carlson's throat for his purchase of a property in Qatar. What the fuck, dude? Oh, my God. Slappy meets were good. Getting ready to go out clubbing for ladies' night. Oh, fun. On Wednesday? Oh, yeah, I guess Wednesday, 80s night. Okay. 80s night, ladies' night. I'm jealous. I wish I could go out. I could, but I just... I am probably, when I get off here soon... God damn, we're almost at 6 hours. Chat, give yourselves a round of applause. Here we go. You know what? Honestly, after everything I've fucking said, this right here is a great summation of all the news we've covered today and how we've covered it. It's clear that Trump's base is fraying at the seams, from those questioning the validity of Trump's America First and our fealty to Israel, like Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, Nick Fuentes, and Tucker Carlson, to those like Yiannopoulos spreading conspiracy theories only Candace Owens would touch. It's clear that whatever base of hatred Trump still has is fractured. Hell yeah. Yeah, leftist ginger girl. I'm trying to, this is my, yeah, it's been 6 hours. I know we do need to party and club together sometime. This is my, yeah, I keep talking about how I want to do more streaming, and this is what I mean. Streaming earlier in the day like this helps me get a really good, like, set of views. Yeah, George is still gay for now. For now, we'll see. Aw, Damage just got back. Yeah. Yeah, let's go see what we can see. Hell yeah. Drink some water, please. You're right. You're right. I think I'm going to, yeah, I'm going to stick to my plan. I have some sushi leftovers. I'm going to try and edit a stream highlight tonight. And so I do want to get, before I go entirely, I do want to get some, neck. I do want to get some feedback on what, like, night do we think would be a good night for, like a game stream, because I kind of want to. So my partner and I, Koa and I, got high the other night and we started playing, because she's played Dragon Age Origins. I never have. And we started playing Dragon Age Origins, and we were just fucking riffing, and it was, I don't know how funny everybody else would find us. I assume some people would find it, you know, funny and just chill, but I kind of want to revisit ideas about, like, maybe a Let's Play channel, or you know, going back to weekly game stream, like Sunday Fun Day streams. So that's something I'm thinking of. You know, give me some feedback on those ideas, because I do want to play with a lot more ideas moving forward. And I'm also almost over. I had a skincare mishap, which if you've seen my shiny ass forehead this entire stream, it's because I haven't been able to wear foundation and like mattifying stuff. That, like, if you'll notice the last couple streams, I've barely been wearing any makeup, if any. And so I'm trying to, I think this next couple streams I'll be able to finally put on makeup, because I've been having to treat my skin lately. As long as I don't play anything new. I mean, I don't know about new. We're not playing anything new. All right, we could do... we've got SK Uwu. We've got... Pay Money Webby doesn't need me. We've got Frogan and Necosaurus. What are we feeling? Tortuga Dave, does Origins have co-op? I don't know. I don't think so. Kind of Sunburn, actually. I fucked up with a new... I'm doing a new skincare regimen, and I used too much of a thing that caused some peeling and sensitivity. And so it wasn't really bad. Like, you can't even really see it from the screen, but it still is like this kind of thing where you have to go back to a baseline. And so, like, for the last 5 days or so, I've just been like moisturizing, keeping everything moisturized, and I'll be able to go back to the exfoliation and stuff tomorrow. Yeah. Salicylic acid? No. All right, yeah, let's go say hi to Surus. We're going to be more than doubling their viewers over there. So go say hi, go like, chat, have a great one, and I hope y'all stick around. I'll be doing some stream highlights. If you came in late to the stream, I'll be doing stream highlights for the George Washington bit and all our fun discussions. And I hope you stay tuned, because I got a lot of other big videos coming soon. Thank y'all, and thank you everybody.